Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket train, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land under the frame and the home of the brave? Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Land of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the brave and the home of the
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Dirt roads ain't gold down here. It's hell on earth, anything goes down here. Looking for some holy water at the water hole, but all I'm finding is whiskey and beer. And I'm a sinner to the core, searching like the devil to find the Lord, yeah. Heaven knows I need help sometimes, cause I love to have a hell of a time myself. I'm a sinner, Lord save me. But please pour me up a drink before you take me. If you could turn water into wine, I'm sure you make a hell of a shine, yeah. I can't help it, Lord, I'm sinning every day. I need your help and I pray, amen. I'm climbing to the top of that mountain, I'm trying to find you, God. Keep trying to be an angel, but I'm still raising hell. Can't make it out this world alive, I just want a piece of heaven before I die. So pass me the apple pie. I'ma drink it all down till the jar goes dry. Baptized in the lake of fire. Should've drowned me when you could, but I'm still alive. I'm coming for your ass like a bat out of hell, and you can bet I'ma take what's mine. Oh, preacher man, don't preach to me. You should pull up a chair and have a drink with me. You're sweating like the devil with them lies you told. You better start praying to save your soul. No, I can't help it, Lord. I'm sinning every day. I need your help and I pray. Amen. I'm climbing to the top of that mountain. I'm trying to find you, God. Keep trying to be an angel, but I'm still raising hell.
Morning, everybody. So hopefully everybody's off to a good start. So let's see, we got Rabbit, Blue Butterfly, Dusty, Big Dusty and Little Dusty, Savage Lee. Let's see, Mr. William, Scat Pat. Let's see, John McGill. I see Monique come slide in last night late. Actions, not distractions. Oh, yeah, here you go. This is kind of cool. I forgot to show you all this last time. So this took a year and a half. This took a year and a half, almost 2 years to get the Louder with Crowder cut. I kept emailing them after all their ruckus, and then I finally got my mug. Oh, damn, Rabbit. So y'all got storm weather? Right. It's been kind of, I don't know. Monday, I was going to go live, which I will apologize. I didn't go live Monday. I stayed up as a guest on a panel, and I sat talking. It was a good conversation, though. It was a good talk. I was kind of a little worried. I didn't want to make nobody upset, but I think everything was all right. It was a good convo. I had a blast, and I ended up staying up way later than I ever intended. And so I was one sore mofo. So I laid down pretty much all day. Oh, okay, so it's just is it the steady rain? No hardcore winds. Oh, well, that's not bad. 71 degrees? Shoot. Yeah, that's 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's already, what are we at? 81 or something? 82 or... Oh, there we go. No, I take that back. We're supposedly feels 78 outside. It's not what anything else in the damn house is, but hey. Rabbit says, and of course I mowed yesterday. Oh, yeah. There you go. Sometimes mowing's just as bad as washing your car. You mow or wash, and all of a sudden it rains. For me here, every time the grader shows up and you see the grader go down the road, it's like, wait a minute. Is it going to rain? What's up, Firefly Farm? Morning. 68. Going to 91. Damn. Man, in New York, I know that New York City, I don't know, man. That's some cray stuff. And I was watching, there's a channel over in Louisiana. That's where they live. And apparently They just found out that like Louisiana won't let them rehabilitate animals, some wildlife. Oh, Firefly says leaving for work, no AC. Well, what did you say? You're at 68. You don't need it right at the moment. That 91, it's sure gonna feel a little bit better. Well, don't work too hard, Firefly. Keep your head on a swivel. New York City, Friday, 103. Oh, no, say AC at work. Ooh, damn it. Well, definitely be safe. Because, see, there's another trigger. There's another trigger event. You got places that are going to be getting so hot, it makes people get agitated. So you already have the layer of like retardedness right here. So these are the people that just act stupid 24/7 all the time. It doesn't matter. They're just retardedness. And then you have the instigated layer. You have the frustrated layer. Then you get the pissed off layer. And then you have that heat. Yeah, because heat, you can never cool off enough. You can't take off enough to get cool. It just promotes it. If it gets cold, people get maybe start off pissy about it being cold, but at some point they're so bundled up they just sit down and shut up. But heat brings it out. It's like it just fires you right up. What's up, Dido? Who are? Let's see, did somebody else come in? G-Mon Nana. I thought I saw a name slide on by. And that's it, D-Dog. More than mother cluckers. The Cluckin Alamo. Where rooster don't sit around playing with their peckers. They do things and stuff. Hey, Monique. Little Maple Leaf. Man, she's rocking that house. '86 today, had our last week 105 gigs. Not used to that. Whew. So, coffee first. Morning, man. Hope you're doing well. Doing my best to rock. Well, you are. Man, I know I got to do some kind of background music. It's just, it feels, even though I don't have headphones on, a lot of dead space. And what was I going to say? I was going to say something. It eludes me now. Oh, D-Dog said, how's Alamo? So Alamo's doing good. I think he was a little tripped out yesterday. I don't know. I don't know if chickens have emo moments or not, but I think they've kind of been processing how those other two just kind of went away. And so yesterday, yeah, it was kind of weird. Every time I'd go around, I was out there and he would just kind of be walking around doing this weird little, and it'd be like, what? And it's like he couldn't figure out where they went. Hey, morning, Miss Sandy. I just took it as I got it, as I opened my eyes, Miss Sandy. Good, bad, and ugly. I mean, if I just was like brutally honest, I would say that, oh no, when I first started to wake up, I did not want to get up. And I went, oh man, but I did a live this morning. Because it's just that first initial, I wake up and then I go to move and I feel that. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know that I really read it down. But then It's what if. But anyway, so with Alamo, they're doing okay. But so here's your little weirdie, because last night was kind of weird. It was the first night that Peanut Butter and Jelly weren't up here with me, because now they're out there in the little coop next to the big one, so they can get mixed. And son, that was so weird putting them in there. I almost felt bad, but I didn't. I mean, I almost did, just because it was like, damn. Because dude, put them down in there in that little one on the grass, and it's like Peanut Butter didn't even move. Peanut Butter just kind of like stayed there for the longest time, just kind of looking like, wait a minute, what is this? Where are we? What is this stuff on my thing? What the hell happened to the apartment? So it was kind of weird. And then I was kind of weird last night, because I'm sitting here and it's like, I'm used to, they're always if I like do that, they're like, and there's no noise. It's so quiet now, and there's nobody there. It's almost lonely. I'm so lonely. But yeah, it was kind of weird last night. Quiet. Been up since 2:30 this morning. Sleep just wasn't happening. Yeah, that happens. That's when I usually stumble across the weirdest shit. I'll just be kind of like clicking on stuff, and you find the weirdest stuff on the YouTube streets, man. Some nights you can go cruising with the top down and the T-Bird, but some nights, well, you got to get in the doomsday vehicle, because there's no telling what kind of shit you're fixing to ride. Rescue, I found a great song. You can play. Can you play it, please? Lord have mercy. See, there's some people that you hear that and you go, oh wow, that's probably pretty cool. But then there's people you kind of got to go, oh, I wonder. It's kind of like an IDE. It's like, what's the trigger part? Lord have mercy. All right. Well, I guess I can. It's not as good as Baby Shark, sure. And by the way, more Miss Sandy. Hopefully, I didn't miss anybody else. Welcome back, Savage. You won't play my song suggestions either. Well, some I do, Rabbit. Some I do. There's some of my own selections I don't play on here. Just so you know, there's been plenty. There's been plenty of times when I've sat here been jamming in before I started, and then go, yeah, I wish I could play those. Hey, KP Heathen. Morning. Greetings from Louisiana. Hey, by the way, KP Heathen, I was watching a channel that's over in Louisiana, and I was kind of, at first, I think I got kind of a little judgmental on them, but then I was kind of like, oh, well, hey, I guess, and which I will say, I didn't realize it. I thought most states had some kind of rehabilitation thing, but anyway, so they apparently, over in Louisiana, you can't rescue like a fawn. So like if you're going down the road and you see some deer, and the deer go across the road, the mom gets tagged by the semi or whatever, and you see a fawn that just can't even hardly walk. Apparently in Louisiana, you can't go rescue the fawn. You just have to let it be. And I didn't know that till stumbled across this channel, and they were talking about how shocked they were, and the officers. And I actually thought about commenting on their little deal, going, "This is why you participate in your legislative body. If that's a state thing, then start raising awareness and change that." See, over in Texas, you can rescue a deer. You can rescue any damn thing around here. Hell, if you got a damn possum, you can rescue the damn thing. Well, apparently they did, Scat Pack. They got a fine. And so that's how, apparently they got a fine. I mean, apparently when the officers came, then they were like, and they even talked about how when the officers came, that the officers didn't even want to really take the deer. And he goes, matter of fact, he talked about he could hear the one walk off like he was talking to a supervisor. And he apparently was asking him, "So there's nothing else we can do?" And it was like, no. And then when they looked up the law, it's the law. You have to let nature take its course. That was apparently the thinking behind that, was letting nature take its course. And so there's things that I see people in Louisiana ought to look into. If you want to be able to rehabilitate and rescue animals and stuff, then you go to your legislative people and say, "Hey, change this stuff." Matter of fact, I don't know how close they are to the state line, but hell, if they ever found another one, they could always hook up with somebody on the Texas side. They could still visit and everything. Yeah, apparently the dude named the little fawn Dasher too, so they were kind of attached to it. So I don't know. I just thought, but there's a good reason why you participate in what is your state doing, what is your county doing, what kind of laws. If you don't like them, go bring valid points and change it. Do they have animal rescue centers in Louisiana? See, apparently I don't think so, Scat Pack. Apparently that's their, I guess with Louisiana, it's let nature take its course. Wait a minute. How did we go to cloning people? We go from rescued deer to cloning people. Tell me YouTube ain't funny. Only 8 states you can't clone people. So there's that. I reckon. I guess I'd have to look into that. Hopefully Texas is one of those. Okay. You know what? That's what it is. I didn't make the font big enough. So that's why I can't hardly see shit. The government was growing human ears on mice back in the late 1980s. That's when you just make sure you keep your ears attached to your head so you don't need one of them government ears there, savage. It sucks, but people do it in the country. All righty, coffee. Make it a good day. Keep your head on a swivel. You be safe. I don't know if you want to drink the water. It might be something in the water. New York going cray cray. But I figure it's always going to get worse before any big change, because that's just the nature of the game. What was I going to do? I was going to. Oh, hey, so people that like the Thomas Massey thing, let me share his. it's pretty cool because and Rabbit, you would totally love this, dude. When I saw this on his stuff, I was like, oh yeah, this has got Rabbit all over it. Let's see, which one's the better part? Well, I'm going to do this one. Let me share his link. He's got a cool little channel. It only has like 5 videos on it, but if you go, you'll dig his system. Here we go. Here we go. Bam, bam. No, that's actually Thomas Massey's kind of like little personal YouTube thing. And Rabbit was watching your storm when rescue went live. Appreciate you sharing those. Oh, wait, what did it so? Anyway, that's Thomas Massey's channel. And then there was one of his videos. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Man.
With update on the Tesla DIY Powerwall, where I took a battery out of a wrecked Tesla and wired it into my house. You all had a lot of questions from the first video, so I want to try and answer some of them here. It's a really bright day in Kentucky. I'm on my roof, and these are what the solar panels look like behind me. I have 13 kilowatts of solar panels installed on the roof. That's under perfect conditions. They'll make 13 kilowatts. They are installed on a standing seam roof, which I think is a really neat way to put solar panels on a house.
Way to go, Savage.
See, these little clamps hold your panels to the roof, and there's clamps between the panels. And so you don't have to drill any holes in your roof to mount the panels. Good job. I think it has over 2,000 hours on it. I'm not quite sure. Again, we've been living off the grid for over a decade. This is not our first generator. I don't like to hear it run because it costs money to run it. So that's what the batteries are about. Avoiding having to hear this generator run or to pay for the propane that powers it. These are the 48 panels that were made by Sharp. They're a little over 200 watts each. And those are on a 45-degree angle. Then the panels that I showed you earlier are right there over top of the little breakfast room. This is for a later video. This is my Wallapini. It's basically a greenhouse that's underground with the exception of the top of it. And it stays warm in the winter. Now, that little dryer vent hole there, that's a vent that comes out of my battery room. I needed that when I had lead acid batteries because they put off explosive hydrogen and poisonous hydrogen sulfide gas. So that little bit dying or blowing up inside that battery room. Right now I have that vent plugged because the Tesla batteries emit no toxic fumes. It's a sunny day here at the Massey house and our batteries are full. These Outback Max PowerPoint trackers have gone into absorb mode or float mode. which means they are throttling back some of that current that could be coming from the solar panels. Now let's go see what they are charging. They are charging these Tesla batteries. Just a quick update here. You can see the BMS modules are working. I'm in the process of rewiring Jack in the Box. I had some problem with the contactors, and so I've got some new contactors here. This is the circuit that's based on our Arduino that Jack at EVT sells. Now, here's what I'm excited to show you. I have connected Jack's Arduino to a Raspberry Pi. This is a little $30 computer.
I love how the shit's like just real. It's not like all like
Jack's
everything's
Arduino
like,
through the USB
you know,
port.
perfectly done.
And
this is all like real life. Let me just see
here. Now, this little dial shows me how many watts are going into or coming out of the battery. This information I'm getting from the serial port. Jack is collecting that information with a current sensor, and it'll go red if it goes, or orange if it goes over here and starts drawing from the battery. And this is the real sweet part here.
Hey, what's up?
There are 16 modules, and within each module are 6 sets of cells, and those sets of cells are all at the same voltage. So 6 sets of cells, 16 modules. There are basically 96 different voltages within this battery. And the battery management system is making sure that when one cell gets a little too high, it redistributes some of that power or burns off the power in the high cell. And you can see my highest cell is 4.13 volts, and the lowest cell in the pack is 4.106 volts. This bar chart has 96 bars in it. Each bar represents one of these cell groups within the battery. Let me show you here. This is where a cell group ends. You can see there's these battery cells, or the group of individuals. It doesn't blow. It still gets warm. I hadn't even thought about that. So here's a fuse that came out of the Tesla pack within the car. So what I've done is I've used this bigger fuse. It's a higher fuse rating, but more significantly, it consumes less power. And so, whoops, I just got it all greasy. To the touch, it's not. The battery's been running for about 5 or 6 weeks. It's a critical part of our house. If this doesn't work, literally we have to leave the house, because then our heat wouldn't work and our water wouldn't work. So this has to work, and it has been working for quite a while. And I think it's going to work for a long time. The question is, how long will it work? I think, based on my estimates, it shall last at least 10 years. And now I'm starting to think it may last 20 years, which would be great for me. I'm 47. It would be nice if I'm 67 when I have to change these batteries. And it'd be really sad if they only last 5 years. But here's what I know so far. Our house has used about 800,000 kilowatt hours into the battery and out of the battery, which means the battery has done a full cycle about 10 times, because it's basically an 80 kilowatt hour battery. So 800 divided by 80 is 10 cycles in 5 weeks. That means it does 2 cycles per week. And that's in the winter under the worst case. So what does that mean in mileage if this battery were still in the car that wrecked? Well, 2 cycles, if you can get 250 miles out of a battery charge, is 500 miles. So basically, I'm going 500 miles per week with this battery. And in 10 weeks, I would go 5,000 miles. In 100 weeks, I would go 50,000 miles. 100 weeks is 2 years. Multiply that times 10, and in 1,000 weeks, which is 20 years, I would go 500,000 miles. So if a Tesla battery in a Tesla car will go 500,000 miles, then I should be able to go 20 years under the worst case with this batteries. That makes me really excited. Now, here at the end of the video, I'm going to show you some interesting battery management system behavior that I observed coming from the Tesla BMS modules. Take a look. Tell me what you think is happening.
Pretty cool. And if you go to his channel, you can look at the video. Like when he went and got the car he drove, I don't know, dude. I like the fact that he's real. I mean, I get it. He's got money. There has been comments on the video and people will be like, well, I wish I was blessed with that much money. And it was like, man, at some point, people just got to own up to making bad decisions in their youth, and that dude didn't. So it is what it is. But you can watch how he works. And I don't know, I can totally relate to it. You just see shit prop there. You're testing this, no what fancy shit. And hey, morning, John. But it just kind of, man, I don't know. It shows he goes down to Georgia, I think it was. He talks about doing like 950 miles round trip. And he drove his truck with a lowboy trailer. It was all. So it's not like, oh, well, I paid somebody to get it. No, he went down there. I think it must have been like him and his son, it looked like. They go down and they actually get the battery bank, and it's, the big sled look. And they load it on the trailer, bring it in, break it all apart, slowly take it apart, get the batteries out. So it's just kind of, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I wish I had made better decisions in my youth so that I would be better off right now, so that I would be able to do things like that. But I'm not going to punish the guy for being smart enough to do that. Kudos to him. But I don't know. I think his system, and he wrote his own little dashboard in C++ to monitor all his little levels. He's got a little video on that. There's only like 5 videos. Oh, and he does share a guy's channel. And I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if Rabid's already. Let's see. Come on, where are we at? Back. There it is. You might already have this link, Rabbit, and anybody else doing the solar stuff. That guy there is apparently oh shit, did I just just did away with my own damn chat. Well, that was about Riri of me. I just went and clicked, and I was like, wait, that was my chat. Damn. My bad. Anyway, I don't know. Just got to be smarter than the average bear, right? I don't know, man. He hand did. I think his biggest cost was probably the Tesla battery, and it was out of a used Tesla that was salvaged. So I don't know. It's like whatever during that video, he even comments how he hates to hear the generator run because then the generator means it's costing money. I just love the frugalness when all you hear most of all these other ones just throw money around left and right. Oh, just order this, just buy that, just do this, where that was more hands on. Hey, morning, Share Bear. I hope you're doing good. Savagely. Let's see, what is it? I can hardly afford that stuff or get my dumb ass into plugging everything in right. So my prepper plan is to go backwards in technology. Minimum power, off-grid survival, fireplace, canning chickens. There you go. Well, that's me, man. I can't afford solar panels and hell, the generator that we got went ahead and broke the golden rule and put that on a credit card thing. So that was stupid. But we got to do what you got to do. But that's where I get frustrated and I get pissed off. But at the end of it, I always have to own up to that I put myself here. Like nobody put me here. And that's so much rhetoric nowadays. Find something to be you're the cause. That's the cause. And it's like, you know what? Made bad decisions. Little Honda is quiet. We got one of the champions, and it's the dual fuel, either gas, propane or gas. And we're just running propane off of it because we have a tank of propane out there. That's our heat. So, and that's the only thing that runs off that whole 250-gallon propane tank is one Dearborn heater. None says I got $100,000 in mine. My power bill averaged $800 a month, so 20 years it works out. There you go. My whole reason for solar to begin with was to be able to run my wife's O2 concentrator and the medical refrigerator I have here. There you go, Rabbit. Blue says I need the stove. Some might have seen it. A wood burning stove. I would say if I could do it again, then I'd have kept the house on pilings, and then on the bottom floor I would have put a wood burning stove down in the bottom and the front, and then that would have tended to so much. I have less than 5,000 in mine. Hey, morning, Tiger. By the way, Tiger, I think did you ask me if I had gotten some plants from you? Because I haven't gotten any tomato seeds or nothing. So nothing came. I just didn't know if that's what you had asked the last time I went live. It's a cook stove. Rescue stove. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Good old wood burning type stoves. You just pull off the little plates, put the pot over there, get the heat. Air conditioners are the ass kickers. Yeah. Well, that's why with that little generator, we got what they call the RV ready. That way we can make sure it runs the refrigerator, the AC, charge phones, because that's all we'll worry about is in that one room. That's just, and I've got the gas generator out in the little building. I just still have to figure out a way to get it out, get it up towards the front porch, or just start. I don't know. Just got to figure out how to approach shit is what I got to do. There's so many different ways I could do things. It's just all my bright ass ideas come down to one thing, and it's like, okay, capability. Run 10 tons of AC. Who sold? Damn, that's a big ass. That's a big unit. My peach tree is coming on strong this year. Last season was a bust. Oh, damn. What's up, Brian guy? Morning. Just a 3,000 watt hybrid inverter. Uh-oh. Tiger got to go check for a raccoon. 2 5-ton units. Oh, so what do you got? Like one on the house and like one on the shop type thing, or you got 2 5-ton units for your house? So that's some serious AC unit right there. Just enjoying a rare day off. Hey, there you go, bright guy. Must mean you need a day. Somehow you need to pause for the cause. 2 on the house. So 5,000 square foot house. Well, that's a pretty big ass house, son. I use the new inverter style. Let me see when you say that. Some BTU. Oh, there you go. Now, the new inverter style ones, is that the ones that they got that are hanging in the window nowadays, Rabbit? Because I've noticed the new styles, they got some that sit in the thing and the window comes down in between this way, but then it seems like the latest ones go in and hang over the window sill, and then you just bring the window down and block that little bit of a gap. And I've noticed that when they advertise them, they have some kind of inverter advertisement. It's a full modern off-grid. Yeah, but holy shit, dude, 5,000. Like, I mean, now, okay, because I ain't judging. I could see a 5,000 square foot house if my living room and kitchen is in this corner, and then I've got like this crafting area over here, entertainment center maybe, and then the rest of this is like a shop. And so that's 5,000 square feet, then I'm good. But I could do that, but like to have the house, like this is just the house. Yeah, that's just way too big. And see, we wonder how we got where we are. Me and the missus were talking about this the other day. And it's like, when you think about it, in the old days, bedrooms were real small. There wasn't any there was a bed and a chest of drawers and a nightstand is all you would have in a bedroom. And then if you were a kid, you would of course have all the kid stuff because you'd have your posters or whatever, but you didn't hang out in your room. You would get up and then you went outside, and it's like, then it became you'd have a dining room and a living room, and then you'd have a den, and then there's where the TV thing. But that's just, yeah. Now we used to have small little bedrooms, and because you don't spend time in there. But I gotta say, man, 5,000 square feet. So now if part of that's shop area, hey, then there you go. Makes the traverse from morning coffee at the counter to go do something, and it's like, yeah, now that works. Having a day off work is better than having a day off at work. Right, dope. I thought that too, but I got kids. Well, yeah. So what do? You put the kids at the one end, and then you're at the other end. So you're using square footage for quiet insulation. The house I'm framing right now is 2.5 square feet, and that's a beast. I've been posting shorts on as the project has been moving along. Oh, there you go. A barn dominium. Most old houses didn't even have closets. That's it. Because you just, man, you know, when you think about the old days, you didn't go in until the sun went down. And then you would only go in where you didn't have multiple rooms because, by God, you're only going to light one oil lamp. We ain't burning through this oil all where everybody's like, ah. So you'd have that one lamp, lights up the room. Everybody sits either at the kitchen table and, you know, read, study, or whatever, verse, talk, you know, whatever. And then when it was time to go to bed, it's like everybody went and laid down and you cut the one oil lamp off. And then the sun said, get the hell up. And so you'd get up and get out of the house. Right, Monique? Well, your house is pretty cool, though, I gotta say. I'm not sure how big my house is. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, dining room, family room, study, washroom. That's probably some 1,500, 2,000 square feet. That or it was storming outside Blackbird, and we were made to stay inside because no, it's storming. Just find something to do in your room. Oh, man. And for me, that's usually whenever I would take shit apart because then I would try to figure out how shit worked. Well, let me take the radio apart. I got nothing else to do. By the way, for ones that came in late, I'm kind of happy. I finally got my louder with Crowder cut after I think it was 1.5 years, maybe almost 2 years. Matter of fact, it was because it was before he was silenced on YouTube for a while and he started Rumble. So that's how far back that went. I finally got it. It was kind of cool. It came in the mail and I was even wondering, what the hell is that? I have 7. So at that moment, yeah, we had 1 outlet in the entire upstairs. Oh, damn. So we got like a house layout where the kitchen is a socializing area, breakfast island with some stools or so, some of that. Rabbit says, I only have 1 closet in this house right now, but I'm still building this house. It's always, I don't know, man. If it's really your home and you know you're 100% vested, to me, does it really ever end? Does it really ever end? My grandma's 2-story farmhouse had an outhouse. Mom's shop. Yep. People can be influenced. Can't wait to get my money right. Move where there are more trees. Bears do a better job. My John. What's up, Ruru? Morning, buddy. Lazy, yes. I have no farmhouse. It was on the edge of town. Birds flap wings, not flipping. Hey, morning, Miss Ellen. Better late than not. Howdy, y'all. Sending blessings. Yes, ma'am. I don't know how that happened. I guess it's PAEMT. What's up? Morning, sir. I only have 15 oil lantern lamps. Been collecting them for a few years. Yep. Morning, Kiss Off. How are you, ma'am? Old farmhouses have such character. But cheaper than rent. I hate the city life now. Well, that took long enough. Hell, all I had to do was grow up to realize I didn't like city life. The worst is getting the trade guys organized. It's like herding kittens. So my whole western side of my house is cut stone, rest is double layered red brick built for tornadoes. Accidentally, it is level 3 bullet resistant. That's what to come with that. Oh, there you go, Savage. Weird, huh? Most people probably have no clue about homes in times of no electricity. And it's remembering how we began, and it's almost like people can't comprehend that. Welcome back, Tiger. By the way, I don't know if you heard what I said earlier. If you sent me some seeds or little seedlings or something, then I haven't gotten anything. The other day, I didn't know if you asked me if I had gotten some tomato seeds or what, but just so you know, no, ma'am. And good morning, good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever it works for you. For anybody I've missed, my bad. I had that discussion the other night, and that's what some people just get like fascinated on how this was done or that was done, and it's like we used to not be distracted with a bunch of things. We used to see things pretty up front. Give me just a moment. Let me play something.
I've been growing older all my life. That don't mean I always act that way. Still ain't backing down from any fight. Just pickier about the ones I pick these days. Still ain't running faster than my demons. I still got my problems with my pride. Still looking for a reason for my reasons. Luckily, I still ain't out of town. And I've lived and I've learned. I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's tried to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me everything that's anything. And damn sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill I'm dying on. It's taken me this long to get up here. Still ain't sure the climb was worth the view. 'Cause up here now I look around. I wish that I could go back down to where I hadn't done some things I can't undo. I've lived and I've learned. I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's tried to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me everything that's anything. And damn sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill I'm dying on. I can make it up somehow. I've lived and I've learned, I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's trying to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me everything that's anything. And damn sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill, over the hill I'm dying, over the hill I'm dying on.
All right. Well, hopefully you enjoyed the interlude music. Aaron Lewis, Over the Hill. Sorry, sneezing and coughing, sneezing or coughing. It's kind of a thing nowadays. It's not as bad if I'm laying down, but sitting up, boy, you'd be surprised. Take your whole skeletal structure and put it in a 90-degree angle, and it's like, oh. Yesterday was kind of busy. That's why I didn't go live yesterday. I'm not trying to. Well, I am. I mean, I kind of still, I don't know. I want to go live and I want to, but I don't want to. Anyway, just like I said, got chickens moved and all that tended to. Today's going to be another day because I think we're going to put the chicken stationary in the front. And so I'm going to fence in that front and divide it into a couple of sections so I can move them, but it'll be right here from the house. It'll be easier to get to. And okay, Tiger, I just saw that about the seeds. Yeah, they haven't made it yet. But hey, maybe today. I need to reach out to Lady Smith because I was going to talk to her. She had sent me some seeds and I want to make sure I'm going to plant them right. But I got the little seedling things ready to go. Got soil in them. Got this little warmer thing that's supposed to help seedlings. Which I was talking to D-Dog and he was telling me with the marigold to lay them on their side. Hey, what's up, Hutch? Morning. Just whispered to the gentleman how you formally say good morning. What's up, Mayhem? Morning. How are you, sir? Oh, thank you, man. You make the best of the situation. That's all you can really do. But just trying to, man, 10 things you get frustrated and hey, morning, Mike. Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival. Oh, laundry day. Right on. I hope everybody's doing good. I know the weather's rain's hammering. What is that shit going through? What, Missouri? And is it moving northeast? I guess I could pull up a map. Hell, I'm asking y'all. Sitting in front of the internet. I'm good just working and starting to get sick though. deep cleaned the house last weekend. I think I got crud in me. Oh. Supposed to stop by 8. So hey, well, did you clean your truck? Like, did you, your bedding area and all that good stuff? Keep that shit clean. You don't want to lay down and just keep breathing the crud. Heading out the door. Hit the dough, float. They might keep your head on a swivel. Man, y'all really need to be safe up there. Oh, yeah. Okay. I can do it. Here you go. So, Miss Tiger. Ooh, let me, come on. Get your shit back. There it goes. Bam. That's what Monique wanted me to show you, Tiger. Oh, now the damn. Well, you can still see the stove. You might not read it, but you can see it. That is awesome, Monique. That's some badass cheating, man. I've never heard this before. Not to mention, you want to wait until the 26th and send it to me? Exactly who the hell has got fucking mental disorder then? So, and I'll say it. So, Morgan Luttrell sends me an email to remind me that June marks PTSD Awareness Month. And it's like, yo, homie, it's June 26th. A little late in the game, ain't it? Maybe if you'd kind of get on top of your business. I don't even like reading this shit no more, man. You read this shit and it's like, I don't see no actions. I don't see your actions backing up your words. It's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo word salad bullshit. Oh, bring awareness. Whatever, dude. You just waited till the 26th to even say anything. How big is that really on your mind then? It's the end of the frippin' ass month before you even bring it up. See, that's one of them people that little precious slowly starts to change them. And I'm sorry I missed the chat. By the way, so did Mike already leave? Hudson, you still here? Because boy, have I got a bone to pick with you. So let's see. Somebody said something about a patch, and you're like, "Oh yeah, you just got to send me an email." But that's funny because we've exchanged that, and I've never got no patch. So what's up with all that? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just picking. I'm just really picking. Basin cement board are currently being installed. I'm trying to catch up. I have but I got to fly. But no, got to let you go and see. Right on, Miss Ellen. Make it a good day. Hey, morning, Roni. Shit, it got so hot back here yesterday. The room was in the 80s. That one little old Winnie, there's too many cracks in this room back here, I think is part of the problem. Because it used to hold up the year before. But that fucking 111, my bad. Try not to cuss in the mornings, never know who's listening. But my bad. But that 111, it's been, yeah. It's a no-winner. Hey, I ran 2 bids up and donated $75 on his auctions. Well, I mean, we've already we've had exchange. What? That's been 2 years ago, I guess. I was just picking on him though, so. Yeah, but it's see, I say it and people think, oh man, but it's the norm. You just got to remember there's good years and bad years down here. Some years it's hot as shit, and some ain't as bad. It's just, I think that whole man in 16 when he won and they flipped media, they flipped everything. They just that they started. They got people so confused. Nancy Pelosi changed the way the whole House did things. Everything just changed. So now people just kind of forget how it was just 8 years ago. Hell, 8, 10 years ago, we had freezes, we had hot days, we had hurricanes and tornadoes, and electricity went out, and shit happened. It's happening more because you don't have some of your qualified people doing the job because you forced them to either take a jab or lose the job, and they stepped away from the job. But it was that hot here last week, and no, it's not normal. It is so hard on the body when it gets like that. Then you get used to it, and then it goes back to normal. So it's never been hot up there before? Like y'all have never had like an extremely hot time frame, season, however, I don't know what you refer to it as. Because see, hell, we had droughts back here before. Like I've laughed. I can remember what was that? Probably 10 years ago, probably. I think it was somewhere around in there. We had this badass drought, dude. It went on for a while. Matter of fact, it used to be so funny because we would now be running around, and you get out around Lake Livingston and you would look over into the lake, and people literally have their ride mowers down there mowing underneath their docks and stuff because the water done dropped so low because of the drought. And it was just so funny because you see the bank, and then you see the bulkhead that was built, that goes down like 8 feet. And then you have this dock, and you got some dude on a little Murray or John Deere riding mower, and he's out there mowing underneath his dock and shit, and just, it was kind of funny. I think I sent you a picture of what mine looked like. In the summer, yes, it can, but that was hard and fast, not long. Well, there are plenty of countries and private corporations and people, just citizens, that throw a lot of shit up in that jet stream. Plus, you got to wonder. So they talk about how, well, damn, man, I ought to look into that more. There's something that happens where what is it? Is it the gravitational shift changes a little bit or something? The poles change a little. And it wouldn't take much. Look at an interstate that makes a run, and if you just shifted that road over 100 feet, it would change the dynamic of that road. It would, all of a sudden there's people that would be affected that weren't affected. So if you look at the jet stream of traveling that way in our atmosphere, that's why I always figure it as a combination There's something like that. What was it that they announced? They announced something, our 3-degree axis or something, and there's a little bit of a shift. I'll look that into that again. I can't remember if that was who was one of the laboratories. But then hell, you got like China fires rockets up into the jet stream. We fly planes. Other countries fly planes or shoot rockets. And it's a jet stream, so it's kind of like shitting in the creek, man. Yeah, you can say, but I'm only doing it on my property. But the one downstream, your turd's going that way. Well, it's the same way in the jet stream. Well, we're just trying to get some water. It's like there's no telling how much shit we got from that Dubai crap. They want some Dubai rain and they do shit. And it's like, yeah, well, your jet stream doesn't stay right there above you. So you just kind of screwed up the jet stream for other people. It's kind of like, remember when the big storm, what was that in China with the red dust or some shit, and it blew all the way over to the U.S. So, I mean, things get affected by the current because we're a ball of dirt spinning, but we don't need to go there. It's Wednesday. We saved that for Friday. And the pole shift is increasing. Yeah. I know there's something I knew that. And there's no telling how much we play a part in that. You know, isn't it going to be ironic when we become our own demise, which I could see. We throw so much shit up there into space and there's such a junkyard going around us. You know, at some point that's going to affect our rotational shit and the pull with the moon. It's going to screw shit up. And that might be part of it. At my place in Quebec, it's the new normal to have extreme weather and now tornado warnings. That almost sounds like Kansas. The arc of the sun is already higher than the sky almost a couple of decades ago. I grew up with a yellow sun. It's almost bright white now. I wonder if some of that isn't all the pollutants. God, I hate to say. See, they've screwed the topics up to where it's like, man, it even feels weird to bring up stuff. But I do wonder if some of the pollution that we do throw in the area doesn't change. But then part of the conversation was having with somebody that's just like, man, you look at how the environment used to be before we produced as many cars, before we produced as many boats, when it was just the people, and you know, the air was cleaner, the land was cleaner, food was cleaner. And it's like every time we try to maximize profit on an object, we throw caution to the wind because it's the profit over people. Does anyone remember the launch of the new sun? No. Launch of the new sun. My 88-year-old neighbor said she has been there her whole life and never had a tornado before 5 years ago. Ah. Large forest areas. Yeah, that's what caused, when y'all saw the flooding that happened down here, most of that was coming out of that lake that caused that was because farther up a little bit, they had just totally clear cut like a good chunk of land, and that used to be timberland. Like they used to plant and harvest timber off of there, and then I'm worried that they're doing some kind of colonial ridge kind of thing. That's why I'm trying to get more in-depth details, talk with the county judge, find out, or is everybody staying on top of this? But whenever they did that, all that water shedding, man, it hit that damn bare ground and just took off running, and it collected. That's what caused ours to be so bad, because that shit runs downhill. That's what caused the river, Trinity River, because that's all the shit that they're doing all the way up through Dallas into Oklahoma and shit. And all that runs downhill. Shit runs downhill. That's a given. So it says, well, our sun is going into the grand solar minimum, completing the massive 360,000 year cycle, along with 80% of the stars in this arm of the galaxy. Something big is happening. A magneto storm. I don't know, man. Sometimes I kind of will listen to the theories, but they start calculating shit, and then they want, oh yeah, you know, a million years ago. That's when I gotta say, they lose me on a lot of stuff. It's kind of like, okay, I just take that with a grain of salt, because it's like, well, who come up with the formula? Did you just stop looking at the formula because it gave you the answer you were looking for at the time? Because, man, scientists aren't scientists really anymore. They don't keep searching. They just want to get their name on a book or get a title. The damming of the water along the equator actually slowed the rotation. Those are plumbing rules. Shit runs downhill, and don't chew fingernails. China launched this back in 2006. It's like a solar simulator. Huh. So what, it's supposedly up there now, like, I don't know. What'd you call it? Let me look. Oh, new sun. I will have to check that out. They worry about California. We have multi-million-dollar home built on them. Oh, well, the whole Cal fart thing is totally retarded. Hell, if anything, it's what about all the people that fart? I mean, that was just, I don't know. And the fact that even gets traction blows my mind. What's up, Michigan Outpost? Morning. Stop by for a quick second. Keep moving forward. Working. Good to see everyone. Right on. Hey, hopefully the kids are doing good. The 6 surrounding companion galaxies are swirling around our galaxies. If it were a magnetite, our solar system runs along a magnetic ley line on a galactic level as to increase the magnetic and static. Where I can't do anything. Oh, well, I think if the magnetic forces change on our planet, you'll see it with the oceans, because the ocean tides are controlled by magnetic forces, the gravitational pull. Cal farts and Elon sends a rocket every week. Yeah, but I would watch the last couple, and I got to say, it was pretty cool, because he brings them back, and that's pretty badass, watching them things come back down. They start coming down, and whenever they get within their thing, their little things kick out, and then they come on down, and man, it was pretty badass to watch. At least we're not throwing junk up there no more. Hey, morning, Mrs. Meadow. Is the weather hitting y'all up there? The Japan tsunami also shook the earth to its core. Well, actually, I think it was the shaking of the earth that caused the tsunami. It's not the tsunami causing the shaking. It's usually the shake of it's like your glass of water. That water won't shake until you shake the glass. And boy, I mean to tell you, sci-fi movies, digital age, got so many people just bumfuzzled nowadays. Totally lost sight of thousands years of knowledge just because, well, we entered into the digital age in the past, 30 years. So now we threw everything out the wind because, 30, 40 years ago, we got digital access, and all of a sudden, actually, I won't even say 40, 30 years ago, it just, man. Are they electric? Are they green energy? Fuck no, I can't burn wood stove, but they can launch that shit. BS. Why can't you burn a wood stove? I thought you lived in Texas. Where the hell do you live in Texas that banned wood burning stoves? Oh, I know. Wait a minute. This is the general talk because there was a phrase about wood burning stoves in some Democratic ran state where people don't pay attention to their legislative body and allow their state to pass some crazy ass laws. But okay, I didn't know we were there. Just saying. See, because I don't know. You live in Texas. I know right here where I'm at, nobody says jack shit about you can't burn a wood burning stove. So I guess that might be where you're at if that's true. And there's a lot of things. This is all media headline stuff. It's kind of like the convicted felon thing, that whole 34 conviction. They just wanted to be able to say convicted felon. Well, they say cow farts and they say, you can't have this. Well, no, they're not banning it. There's some Democrat that raises a bill in the House that never passes the House. As long as the House stays Republican, it'll never pass the House. I know some Democrats bring it up and then it makes headlines, just like some of this other stuff that try to give it traction. Because if they were really going to pass something like that, people like Thomas Massey would be that you would hear it from them first. I guarantee you, because they're like him. Earth is just going through one of its normal cycles. Hey, what's up? Covered by CQ. How are things across the pond? Just wait, it's coming. Only if people don't do anything. None. Only if people don't do anything. Had rain yesterday, so you ain't got the storms hitting you today, Mrs. Meadow. And if you had answered that earlier, I'm sorry I missed it then. Nope. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. The volcanoes let off more CO2 than any California, right? Well, I mean, you can get distracted with stuff out there, but I don't know. No, none you. Rain, rain, stay away. Man, you know what? I'll be okay if we ended up in a mild drought right now. I feel more comfortable. It's going to take people standing up. It's going to be we the people. And it's not going to be just screaming vulgarities and just an emotional response. It's factual and it's on point and it's gathering masses. It's we the people. And so as long as we the people stay scattered up looking at all the little things, then that group that's very small, only a few thousand, under 100,000, are going to change the lives of 300 plus million people, because 300 million people are so distracted with, you know, all the stuff. And all you have to do is really, it's kind of like when I was talking about the people earlier, found out in Louisiana that you can't save a deer. They have no rehab centers. Okay. Then what you do is you make awareness. You change that. You don't just sit and rap at it. It's like with Nunya and the wood burning stoves. I guarantee you, they start talking about really doing that in Texas, going along with it. Then that's when you start making that a thing. How important are things if you don't find time throughout the day to actually deal with them and address them? Then how important are those things really affecting you? You know, I don't know, it's participation. And when the founding of this country took place, people didn't have iPhones to get that distracted with. They didn't follow Facebook and Instagram. They were working people that understood providing for a family. And then they collectively got together to go for rights and freedoms to be able to do that themselves. And then over time, we've been introduced to so many fancy, cool things that we've now become busy where, oh man, you know, I ain't got time to, I love the internet, but I ain't got time to write an email to my representative that's my elected official that's supposed to be speaking for me. And everybody says they don't speak for me. How much have you engaged in a conversation with them for them to be able to speak for you? You know, so there are good people. You just got to get them in there. It's kind of like, that's what I like about the Thomas Massey story. You just have to go listen to the beginning part. That dude didn't even want to get involved with politics. He only did it because of the change that happened in his county. And that started his path. I'm not saying politics are for anybody, but if you don't like what you see, then what do you do to change it? You know, do you just get on? It's kind of like going to the bar and sit at the bar and just say, oh, yeah, the whole world out there just sucks and that's that. And then you walk back out the door and you do it. And then you come back. So when do you actually like go down and speak up to your local place and say, hey, what is this? So you mean in our county, you can't camp, you know, right there, or you can't have a wood burning stove in our county? And when they're like, yeah, we're all for that, we're going green, then you say, okay. And then you start talking to your neighbors. And you know what? If you find out most people don't like it, then you gather them people. And all of a sudden that person that was willing to go green ain't there no more. Now you have somebody that more represents what you're saying. But see, that's how they got the voice, because the body, the collective out here, stopped having those conversations. And sorry, I didn't mean to miss chat so much, but getting ready to storm here again. I just had a mama deer and two babies in the backyard. There you go. 70% of masses are idiots. They're uneducated. They're unknowledgeable. They've been distracted. They've been led away. That's one of the conversations I was having not long ago, was just like that. It's like some of this that's come back up. You know, I personally think there's a direct intent to destroy America from within. And you do that by taking away any achievements that it ever had. And so you do that by destroying all the positive things that the country's brought to the table. You call Americans colonists. You know, you take the word "make America great again" and you call them domestic terrorists. You take the space program and you turn that into big psyop just to rip tax money off, even though you watch them send $100+ billion to Ukraine right in front of everybody. So they didn't need no third-party organization to hide under that to take tax dollars, but it's okay. But you just look at all the distractions and you just go, wait a minute, what does it matter? Because yes, I believe in space. I believe it's real. I believe that we develop so much off of that program. It's not just about the one moon landing that people talk about, because we've been there like 7 or 9 other times, and other countries have been there now. But it's everything that came underneath that then falls into question. Well, you lose your identity of being the greatest country. And by doing that, all of a sudden you have masses, you have pro-Hamas demonstrations taking place on an American college campus. These people are actually chanting for the terrorist organization now. I mean, if that doesn't like freak anybody out, you know, I don't know, man. Morning. We've all been lied to. Well, people lie. And there's no big evil force that only does it, and all of us are so perfect and righteous. We all do we all play our part. What's up, Zombie Force? Morning. Well, there's 2,000 gun laws because people stopped paying attention, like they didn't see things what were happening back then. Now they see the outcome, but see the people that are behind a lot of that are for it, they know. So they throw these distractions out so that people just don't collectively get together and look at these unconstitutional, illegal raids that the ATF does or shit like that. Nobody focuses on that because, well, the minute you go to bring it up, it's all this, and you intentionally get the division to keep you off of that target. Because if you could collectively get the people, you could change things. But see, they want you to not think you can change things. They want you to believe that all is lost, and I don't know. Plenty of damn rehab dope houses are full of all the people they're going to get sober one day. They're going to get clean one day. Prisons are full of people that never committed crimes. They were innocent. So until people actually just come to terms with reality, there's no telling what happens to our country. I know that if enough people don't stand up this November and actually pay attention to elections and get people in the House and the Senate and pay attention to their cities, that there's going to be a change. Because the shit's going to hit the fan, regardless of how you want to look at it. I don't care where that falls politically. I don't care if you think of Little Green Men or the big evil bad horn devil dude or whatever. November, there's 2 opposing forces that are going to come to a head. And something's not going to be happy with the end of that. That's just a given. So, you can go ahead and jump up on the bleachers and say all is lost. You're probably not going to find this channel very comforting, because I'm just not a quitter and a whiner and a victim. So I can't do that all is lost thing. I get there's movies out there that show similarities today, and I know that you can dig and look at anything, and you can connect anything to anything you want if you want to try hard enough. Because if you're looking for something, you will find that. So, and that's so sad to see, Jake Nunya. The Constitution is not null and void. The Constitution, dude, is a piece of paper. It was supposed to be backed by the American citizens. I don't understand how people got so lost in their thinking that this one document is actually going to be like floating above the country because this is what does it. No, it's the people behind it. If the people that establish this don't stand up for that, then that just becomes a useless piece of paper with some words on it. That's just the way it goes. I mean, I don't understand how anybody thinks that the Declaration or the Constitution or the Bill of Rights as a piece of paper with words on it is somehow going to uphold and enforce and institute these things that are written on these papers. It's the people that do it. It's the people that write it have to now stand up for it. Hey, I'm writing this down. This will not happen no more. That doesn't mean like, oh, okay, there, see, I wrote it down. It'll never happen. There's a piece of paper. It says so. Well, don't you see? What? No, it takes people then to back that up going, no, we established this document. We're standing behind it. And then you get masses behind that. And then now that becomes a valid document. So it just, show me in the Bill of Rights or the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence where it allowed any of this to happen. I can show you in those documents where people did not enforce these things and didn't hold them up to those things so that then they fell. But those documents didn't fail. The people failed. And actually, I think Tiger just said that. Yep, the Constitution didn't fail. The people did. And so it just... But see how many people talk about it, Nunya? You're right. I said 100+ billion people watched it all happen, and nobody. You know what? You have thousands of channels that get up here and tell you to prep food. You have thousands of channels that tell you down with the man. You have thousands of channels that say pro Hamas. You have thousands of channels that do the bad stuff with the kids. So yeah. Until there's a uniform collective where people kind of just wake up and go, you know what? No, right's right, wrong's wrong. So, if you're not part of this, then I can't talk. We got to stop all that. You got to collectively come together. It's like, I might not like what my neighbor does, but it's like if I go and ask him, hey, do you like the fact that they're going to take all our guns away? And no. Well, do you want to go down and talk? Because we're going to go and protest this and voice our opinion to the representative that's trying to push that. Yeah. So you stand next to somebody that you might not like, but you're doing it for a cause. But see, people have been programmed to think that that's not on the table no more. And so as long as people just want to be the victim card, then, because that's what I find. I find how over time it looks like that victimization thing has been spread off like a cancer. So now even people that mean right by it will still play the victim card because it's not them. There's no self-accountability. I did not drop the ball anywhere. It's them, the government. It's the good big bad government, man. The big bad government. I did everything just I possibly could. I made all the right decisions in my life. I mean, I got the best grades in school. I acted the best I could. I had the best manners ever. I walked a righteous life. And the big bad government just won't let me have this stuff. See, I'm just, man, dude, I can't do that shit because I look back on what I did and the hell I did. I broke laws. I did drugs. I was ugly and hateful and mean. And you know what? I suffered repercussions from those bad choices. And then I look at how none of my life did I participate in my civic duties as an American citizen. I just blew that shit off when that used to be taught in class. Civics was actually taught. We don't teach that no more. We don't teach it. So what's happened is social media has reprogrammed people to where that civics duties class doesn't exist anymore. The Constitution doesn't need to be rewritten, it needs to be reread. Right, D-Dog? If you're not in the fight, you're the part of the problem. Why can't 1 million armed Americans show up in D.C.? For why? They won't even show up in their states or their counties or their cities, Nunya. Why does everybody blame it on the feds? I mean, your county judge is the one that lets these people break into these stores. It isn't Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and all them up there. It's your town. It's your county judge. Your county DA is the one that lets you. Well, no, you can rob those people. You can mug them people. You can rape them women. You can do this stuff. It's those people. So why don't people pay attention to what's being? That's why when you look at some of these cities that are on way out of control, and all they want to do is scream at the Fed, and it's like, well, I don't know. Clean up your own backyard first, and then we can go address the bigger problem. But if you're not going to address your own front and backyard, And then that's the one nice thing about around here, because apparently it's still small enough that it's collectiveness. But it's kind of like sitting in your house, bitching about your roof leaking the door's not closing because it's all unlevel, but it's Washington's fault. It'd be like me bitching to y'all about this is the government's fault, my house, because nobody wants to come help me fix my house. See, I could fall into some victim card. I'm disabled. So I let my house get to this shape. Nobody else did that. I did that. Well, it's kind of like when you look around your city. Well, you're letting your city get to that level. You're letting your county get to that way. And if you're not participating on a state level, you're letting your state get to that level. So Washington is so far out there. You clean up your front and backyard at your own place, and then you work on your way up. Because those people up in Washington don't have shit if you get your shit controlled in your own state. Because they're just a collective bunch of idiots up there. Your state either gives them the power or not. Oh, there's the missus.
I gotta go.
All right, let's see. All right, give me just a minute. Let's see. What do I got to play? Damn, I don't really. Hey, we'll just do the little breathe underwater deal. So, I will be back in just give me just a couple minutes. I'll see her to the door.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to them old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells. And you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come snooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies. A rebel soul from the old times like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if tell them to bring it on.
Okay, made it back. These little strolls, man, sometimes they're just... Whew. Oh, yeah, and I saw that as I was going off, D-Dog, your song. The constitutional laws were written for the people, but blocked by government. If the citizens enforce the laws, there would be no need. They're just scared to enforce. Well, the Constitution was the checks and balances for the people to hold the government accountable. It's just that people looked at the government as like, well, that's somebody that'll do the job. Okay, you'll tend to that. Okay, you'll tend to that. It's kind of like having a maintenance guy around your place. And then one day you realize that, well, I've been watching TV in the living room, but damn, what happened to the stove? How come it's not working? The air conditioner's not working no more. What? The yard's all ripped up. Why is the roof leaking? And we're looking and going, well, gosh. And it's like, oh, well, you were supposed to keep a check of the maintenance guy and realize that he wasn't doing his job. But now you kind of have a cluster. Well, the Constitution was written. These are the checks and balances. These are your limits, government. So we're going to hold you to these. And they said, okay. And then at some point they just said, here, throw enough out there and they'll be busy with that. They won't really know what we're doing. And then they created their own little barrier and their own little safe spot. So it's just, it's people have the Bill of Rights and the government has the Constitution that puts the checks and balances, but we stopped enforcing it. If you write down right now, you hire somebody to come and take care of your place and you give them a schedule of what you're wanting. You want the yard done here. You want, all the fixtures checked on this, that, and the other. And then you never follow up on that. You can only put so much on the maintenance dude for not doing the job. At some point, you got to own up to the fact that you never went and even checked the work. The Constitution isn't for the people. It told the government what they were supposed to do. All right. That's it. We can talk and preach all day, but we are where we are 250 years later. Morals, financials, taxes, wars, people. But we're on the same pages, different opinions on how it's working. Well, you talk. There's a different versions of talk in preaching, I guess. So, yeah, you can get up and just do the doomsday lock and load, blue helmets are coming for you. You can do that every day. And it won't fix anything. I guess you could technically say you'll be prepared if a blue helmet ever walks in your driveway, but that just to be focused on that one thing, man, when you're just kind of like letting your county and your city and state go to the wayside, that's kind of sad. But I think that if we spend time talking and we try to get other places and other channels and other people and other means to remind people to find time during your day to pay attention to something. Does your county or your little tax thing, your little county commissioner thing, do they do a YouTube thing? Do they host? Can you go watch it at least live? Can you see what they're even bringing up that they're going to vote on? Voting at the local level or federal level obviously ain't working. Look at where we are. See, dude, I just don't even understand. How do people get there? How do you get there, Jake? If there's no difference, then why isn't where you live like Chicago, Illinois, or why isn't where I live like Pennsylvania or San Diego or New York City or St. Louis or hell, why if voting doesn't matter, then why and where I live, how come we're not like El Paso or San Antonio? Wow, hell, matter of fact, I'll even go one better. I'm only like 2 hours away from Harris County. How come where I live is not like Harris County? Because voting matters. Because people around here don't want Harris County. So the people here vote. It's like the taxes. Our taxes went down. But then again, like I brought up once before, where I live, that tax assessor got voted in. And that tax assessor goes to the same Walmart that everybody that they just voted, that they're applying taxes to. They have to go to the same Walmart. They have to go to the same grocery store. They're going to go get their oil changed probably at the same place. So you get lost in the cities, and that's why they want people in those cities, because then you're just so packed up on people that you don't really know and pay attention to what's happening. Well, see not being disrespectful. Hey, what's up, Huckleberry? Not being disrespectful, Rabbit, but isn't that kind of like some kind of conundrum statement? So all empires have before, and so we're going to go back to the very empire that fell before. So if all empires fall, then how do we end up back in that empire? We allow it. That's why it's not a predestined thing. To me, that's what I call victim talk, because man, I don't know. You can go look at other countries and you see how things are there. And then you look at here and it's just so ironic. People are sitting in a residence with air conditioning, electricity, internet access, cell phone capability, grocery stores, automobiles outside, vendors of all sorts, and yet we are supposedly lost. Oh, it's all gone. And you go over and you look at, I don't know, Kyrgyzstan, you can look at Venezuela, you can look at, even look at some of the nice places that have nice cities, Brazil, and it's like, it's look at some of the shit going down in the UK. And it's amazing because it's not happening here. And, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like where I was during the riots didn't happen here. Nobody burnt businesses down here. Hell, most people didn't even know that shit was happening in the other cities. So I don't know. It's just sad because it gets so generalized that every place is like everywhere. And I think that's part of how we got here. People stopped having local community identity. Like, hey, I'm going to stay here. I was raised here. I was born here. I'm vested here. Instead, the internet and international travel just opened the door to where there's no roots really established anymore. And now it's roots where I lay my head. And so they rent an apartment in the city. Oh yeah, this is my home. Yeah, you got nothing vested. There's something about having roots, and then you see a community at the bigger scale. The Empire's within an hour outside New York City is nice. Yeah, well, but see, there's the benefit of Texas. We have the size of the state, because that's why we don't get controlled by Dallas, El Paso, San Antonio, and Houston, where smaller states like a New York, that's New York City, then becomes the dominant rule maker because they have the population. And so they need to change that. Well, that's zombie force day. See, people want to say no only to a point. It's like if you could do a thing and say, okay, so everybody that wants to be, free from taxes, you have to become self-reliant on energy yourself then. And you watch, people would just be like, then that would become the thing. So even though there would be an open door to do it, you're totally, that's it. no taxes. You don't have to pay any of that. Nothing. All you have to do is cut loose from the grid. You're not going to, all the people that are like, yeah, they won't cut loose from the grid because that is that internet. That's that AC. That's that TV. That's all that nice digital stuff. It's out of the control of the people. That's only for the quitters and the victims and the whiners. They can go get in the stands and sit down. Hopefully there'll be enough still on the field. It's kind of like the 3% way back in the beginning, you know. Hopefully there'll be enough that still stay focused on America that we can pull everybody else's head out of their ass. And then they'll be able to relish. Kind of like the 3% back in the day held in long enough. And then for the last 250 plus years, we've been able to have a nice, comfortable, big, flourishing type existence. Because luckily those people stuck in for the hard fight. So hopefully there'll be enough people this time that it's coming up when it's time to defend the freedoms that we've established, that there'll be enough that stand true and the others can just get to relish off of the reward of other people doing the work, to putting in the work. Because that's kind of what happened back then. The whole American society rode off the back of 3% people that wouldn't give up. Hopefully we've got enough people to defend it. I just hope the people that defend it are around to be able to remind all the people that didn't do anything that all the stuff they have is because people stuck in for the fight. Then on leaders, local, state, county dictated. Wait, county is dictated by the state and the state's dictated by DC? Well, Arizona, I don't know how Arizona fell so hard unless it was just that then there got embedded with cartel, and man, that just, because that didn't happen here. That's all. So I guess I'm grateful. All I can try to do is let people know. People should understand that it's not truly yours if it all has a dictator that allows permission. That is not free. Oh yeah, man, I wouldn't want to live in like the UK or any of some of these other countries that have these dictator type things and this parliamentary thing. Now I kind of dig our freedoms here and our nice little 3 branches. I'll be glad when enough people wake up to realize that, wait a minute, there was a system put in play that was working. And we just kind of stopped doing our job. We need to go back to doing our job and being active American citizens that have a civic duty to be an active participant. But there's people that pull the lawn chair up and watch the guy build the house. And then there's people that pick up a hammer and help build the house. It just depends. Later, Mrs. Meadow. Make it a good day. I get to talking too positive. I don't think some people care for all that. Some people want to just because I don't know. That's why I wonder, people wonder, it's like, when are these people going to stand up? And then when enough people start trying to remind people that they have a voice, and that most things that are worth having take effort to get. Nothing comes easy. And so I think that when people are willing to start to participate, but when, you got people on an internet YouTube channel that will sit there and shoot down 5 minutes to write an email, 5 minutes to make a phone call, but they'll spend hours, thousands of hours to tell you how bad everything is, but not 5 minutes to just at closing to go look into your local. What is your local voting on? Why? So why is the mental intent to refuse to do that? Think about that. Break that shit down for real. Why is that such a hard concept with all the shit you hear from locking and loading to the prepping to the gardening to the raising food to off-grid to solar to all that stuff. But to just simply say, it's almost like it was with the COVID. If you said, you know, what is it, whatever the medicine was, hydroquinone or whatever. If you said, ooh, it's almost like right now. If you say, call your representative, ooh, isn't that kind of weird how it's the same similar shit? If you say something positive, you get shut down. Nobody goes, well, you know, it's no, they just automatically tell you it's useless. It's not going to work. It's pointless. And you kind of got to wonder. It's like, well, I don't know, man. When did you get beat up so bad that you don't even want to try no more? You know? And I just kind of watch some of the chats and I watch some of the channels and nobody ever promotes. You know, pay attention to what local laws are on the table right now. What is your county or city trying to pass something? Is your state trying to is your state fixing to pass a bill where your kid can go to a school and tell a counselor that they're really the other gender and all of a sudden you get no call? Gee, how did that happen in like California? Oh, I don't know. People didn't focus on that as a whole and say bullshit. And so, I mean, at one point, man, people have to own accountability and I think that's what I find hard with YouTube sometimes because there's just like, and I think that's what I found so positive from the Massey video. I mean, I still freak out over the amount of subs because these are not people that know me. They didn't sub me. But what I find positive and kind of relish in is that they apparently see the positive message in that video. So at least because man, sometimes I feel like I'm swimming upstream here and I mean, I like y'all and I enjoy talking, but when you think about it, man, there's just hardly anybody in chat ever chimes in, you know. D-Dog's kind of one of my sidekick on that because that's where man, you got to take care of your local stuff. But you just don't hear that hardly anymore. You don't hear nobody, you know, trying to change it from local. Because I personally think that the minute people acknowledge that, wow, I could go down here to my county and say something and this might change, you now have an acknowledged role and you have to make a decision. You're either going to do the role or not. And so as long as you never acknowledge that, you don't really ever have to be accountable for not doing it. It's kind of like, oh, well, you know. But the minute you kind of own up to where, yeah, you know, I guess I could get with my neighbors and trying to tell them that they're trying to pass this where drag queens can read to our little kids in schools, we ought to probably stand up against that. Well, all of a sudden now you have an acknowledged solution. And now it's like, oh, and it's like, yeah, I don't think people want that. I think it's easier just to gripe about the problem. Because then there's self-accountability. The minute there's a solution to that problem, you now know it, you know? And so you can read about what's happening in these states. And if you don't pay attention to your state, it happens in your state. You know, people talk about, and I've brought this up so many times with the kids, nobody likes the child stuff that's going on. But yet, if you talk about going to a school board, you get shot down and told it doesn't do no good. But that's where it's coming from. So you got to address it. And you address it because there's the taxes that everybody gripes about paying. But part of the power you get from paying that is you now get to go down there and say something, whether you have kids in that school or not. If you pay the taxes that go into that school district, you now have a right. So while you're not happy with the taxes, and that's all cool, and I get that, but utilize the power it gives you. It gives you the power to now walk down there and say, these books are unacceptable. But whatever, listen to that dude. That dude's so batshit crazy. He just don't know. None of this is good. This has all been predetermined. It is what it is. And then they click off of you, and then they go over and do a 4-hour stunt of the child diddlers and all the crazy because they don't want to talk about a solution. They just don't want, because a solution means there's something to do. And if there's something to do, Well, now the ball's in your court. As long as you don't ever accept there's anything I can do, you don't ever have to take the ball. No, it's not. I didn't miss it. Not me. I don't know, man. Sorry, guys, if that just ruffled all kinds of feathers, but it is what it is. And I ain't trying to be ugly and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it is what it is. It's, you can't sit around your house and bitch about the shape of it without doing anything about it. And I could sit right here. There's a prime example. I could sit right here and say, I'm in a fucking chair. I have spinal problems. I can't fix my fucking roof. I can't hang sheetrock. I can't level this house. I can't do this. I can't build a chicken coop. How am I supposed to do all this? I'm fucked up. I'm disabled. I'm in a chair. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? And somebody ought to, man, what? No. That's not just, everybody's built different and I just ain't built that way. So yeah, I'm fucked up, but this house got here because I dropped the ball. So when it's hard for me to do something, it's because I dropped the fucking ball, not because somebody else didn't do something. It's because I dropped it. So I take this same concept and I apply it to my county because I don't live in a city. So I apply it to my county. If I watch my county go to shit and all this time I could have said something and I didn't, then that becomes just no different than if I sit right here going, oh, look at my house. This is bullshit. That's crap, man. And so I don't know how to mentally process that. I don't know how to mentally process this. There's nothing you can do. What? I don't know. And I probably get passionate. I think that's the cool politically correct term to use nowadays. I get passionate about that. Because I just can't do quitter talk, man. I can't do quitter talk. I can't do I get pissed off here and I sit there and go, man, how the hell am I supposed to do that shit? I can't. It's like my roof. I can't roof my house. Kind of wondering about some ideas. They're batshit crazy. They haven't been well accepted by the missus on how I could maybe put a tarp or something over where it leaks, but it is what it is. So what we do is right now I have to accommodate. So what do? Is I got a bucket that collects the water when it rains. And then I just make it a point to go empty the bucket because that's what I can do right now. I don't know. I get flustered because there's I don't know. I enjoy talking with everybody. I enjoy conversing, but it feels so just draining because there's just so much give upness. I don't know how else you say that. What's up, Brian? Morning, Brian. Canadian, northern brother from another mother. What's up, buddy? Everyone spent heavily less time trying to be proactive. There you go, Tiger. That's a way to phrase it. Did somebody else come in now? I thought somebody else came in. My skydive. That's what it was. Yeah, my skydive. Hot damn, I finally caught you live. It's been a minute. Oh, I appreciate you, Jake. And yeah, I don't say things to piss people off and trying to pick fights. It just, like I say, I guess that's the politically correct word nowadays is I'm passionate. And thank you, Canadian. I know, brother. And thank you, Zombie. It gets, because that's why I said whenever I talked about the positive reaction from that video was because sometimes you just feel like you're swimming upstream because it's like, man. But then I've learned to kind of just separate, and because I have to look at what's said and realize that that's not here. And maybe their perspective, that's where it's happening, where they're at. And it's just not for me. You know, it's just not down here. It just doesn't. And it's not that I live in some magical, perfect paradise place. Hell, we got some screwed up shit. You know, we got some crooked people on law enforcement that do shady shit. So, you know, we got problems, but we just, I don't know, we haven't lost sight of some things. It's like our county commissioners, whenever they go to start the county commissioners, they say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and they do the Texas pledge. You know, then they open with a prayer, and then they conduct business. And you can sit and say, you know, hey, you can ask. So there's a process. But I think that we've been exposed to so much stuff, and we hear so much that we forget about some of the simple processes, you know, that can be done. Maybe you have found your call. Oh man, I used to do these speech kind of things before with sobriety. And my patience kind of wore thin with that, to be honest. I mean, it might make me sound pretty harsh, but it's like sobriety things, man. I used to try to help with the recovery stuff, and I don't do very good, because I've walked those things, and you hear a lot of excuses in the rehab world. Maybe that's why I get kind of all in my feels or passionate about some of this, is because it just kind of takes me back to those days. No, I didn't. Hey, what's up, Camo Carl? Wolverines. Yeah, the grass is cut low, but here in a trailer park, you can do everything to stop pests, but it really depends upon your neighbors. Oh, yeah. Man, I remember having people I'd work with, and they'd talk about in their neighborhoods and stuff where people, you know, it was that subdivision kind of thing, and they would talk about like roaches coming from the neighbor's house, and I'd be like, see, that's just, man, you're way too close when people, you go to fumigate your house and they run over to the neighbor's house. That's when you got, you know, you're too close to people for sure. It's like apartments, man. You hear about apartments, and that's crazy, dude. I couldn't live in an apartment. I lived in an apartment whenever I first met the missus, but I was single and working a lot, and I was hardly ever there. But it was on the bottom floor. I could never see man. You roll up on some of these places and they're on the third floor and shit. And I'm like, oh no. Sure Bear. I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for the thoughts and prayers, etc. You guys are the best. Well, I'm glad you're okay. And I'm glad that you're managing, is for the lack of a better way of saying it. Oh man, oh man. Well, I was just kind of a wound up morning. Got all fired up. I do. I just want to, I don't know, because you could, like I try to tell people, you know, you can do anything you put your mind to. Well, it's not just, you know, figuring out how to cook this or that or the other. It's also, you know, is there anything you can do? And see, now I will say, here's the hard reality, because there's some spots where some people are, they might be so far gone right now, there ain't shit you can do but get out. You get out, and then that area might need to finally be collapsed, but it's not the country itself. It's, you know, it's places like a Chicago. If Chicago's not going to wake up and start fixing their city, then maybe it needs to be collapsing. But see, I think some of those cities like that, it'll help if we flip the House, the Senate, and then we can cut funding off to all these little cities that want to promote all this crazy crap. It's like we stop giving money. And then those, because there's another thing too. I think that's another thing that makes Texas a little different is, you know, we have an economy here. We're not solely dependent on the government. We weren't discovered by the government. We weren't named Texas by the government. You know, we weren't created by the creation of the U.S. We joined. We have our own economy. I think it's actually, what is it, like the 8th, or hell, we might be up to the 4th largest economy in the world. So we bring something, and maybe that's what changed it. I was talking to somebody the other day. Maybe that's why we hear things as kids different down here than in other areas. I don't know. I don't know what the big change is. Maybe that's why they're so hardcore of trying to change Texas, because they know it's unlike anywhere else. I don't know. Me no sabe. You guys are helping me through this so much. Well, thank you, Sherberry. You're always welcome. Always. If you ever want to just vent or dump, you're more than welcome to do that too, ma'am. I feel the system is too corrupt. You don't get to play government game unless you're part of it. A few good ones can't rule or change the bad ones. Well, see, I guess I don't know. There's where you view a cup and you say, wow, that cup is half full or it's half empty. See, because whenever, if I read that, Jake, then I'll see that and I go, okay, we got a few good ones. But if we elect more good ones to replace the bad ones, then it could then change. So it only won't change if nobody does anything and just lets them do their thing. It stays the same. When a nation doesn't obey God, he gives the nation's power to the enemy. I guess. I don't really know. By the way, morning, Ross. Public service politicians should get paid nothing, but they average 160,000. Oh yeah. Rescue, is that true? If a YouTuber streams the debate of T, they're taking their account? Well, I've heard that they've told some of the channels, they're supposedly CNN. It's not YouTube. It's CNN is going to file. Oh, what did they call that? CMDA or something like that. I don't know. They're going to try to file on channels that do. Because it's supposedly, copyrighted material, but it's total bullshit because it's a presidential debate, which makes it open to the, it's you have a public right, so they can't isolate it. Hey, what's up, Monty? Morning. Anyone here make 160 grand? No. See, there we go. And sit there and say, man, no, I only get $1,000 a month. And I get a little over $1,000 a month in my disability, and that's it. But then that's what I paid in. So there you go. Who allowed it to get to 160,000? We didn't have nobody making 160,000 in the 1800s. We didn't have nobody making 160,000 in 1950. So how did they get to make 160,000? Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe the people never really paid attention and saw that coming and actually said something and said no. I don't know. See, it's like if people don't want to accept that, so then all of a sudden it just becomes, no, that's just what happened. It's like, I don't know. We got to get real. What it takes for people to realize, like, and I'll just, damn, I hate to toot the dude's horn so much, but that little Thomas Massey dude is kind of cool. But so then tell me, where is the flaw in you trying to find somebody in your area, your district, your whatever they call your parish, district, whatever, to find somebody that has those kind of values, then get your community to vote that person in? Why is that so impossible? I guess I don't understand. Why is that so impossible for somebody in their area to vote somebody in, and it changes it? I don't know. I just don't know, man. I just, like I said, my brain can't get around the victim thing. I think that we just dropped the ball. We stopped paying attention. We stopped going out on the bass boats and to the deer leases and fishing and to the movie house and to the amusement parks and on vacation and cruise ships and all the cool foo-ha-ha. And we didn't say, you know what? I need to get up this morning. Let me get my coffee. Let me pull up what are they doing on the state legislature? No, we don't want to vote on that. Hey, Representative so-and-so, this 1152 bill. No, you need to vote no on that. And then when you go to work, you talk to your fellow coworkers going, by the way, did you know in our area they're trying to pass this bill 1152 and it's going to do this? And man, y'all look into that. Let them know. And then, oh, wow, people in this community actually went, wow, wait, what? No, it can't happen. It just can't work, because then that would mean people need to participate. And it's like, nope, can't do that. That's why I said, I mean, when you look at the Thomas Massey video and you listen to the beginning interview and stuff with Tucker and watch into that, you can hear how he never got involved until they went to jack with his taxes. And then to show how a community works, you got to listen to the overall. He actually went down to say something, and because he was on point and he was clear in what he was saying and on point, whenever he went to the meeting, they were going to give him 5 minutes, and the other people in the room started going, well, he can have my 5 minutes. Well, he can have my 5 minutes. Next thing you know, he was up there for over an hour to address the issue. And then it changed. And so when you just look at that key example, then it's like, see, it does work. It's just that that's why they want you to keep shooting far. Keep doing the bow shots up into the Fedville, and then you won't pay attention to what's happening right there. And then your city can become the next St. Louis. Your city can become the next Dallas. Your city can become the next, San Francisco. That's how that happens. I mean, to think all is lost when you can acknowledge that we don't teach American civics in class anymore. We don't teach the Constitution in school anymore. It's not promoted through the media. And then you think that it's like there's nothing we can do. Actually, if we just re-educated people on American civic duties and the Constitution, Bill of Rights, then all of a sudden things could change. And I've preached it since the beginning, but that's why our documents start off with we the people, not we the government, not we the elected officials, but we the people. That means if you're an American citizen, you have a say. It's just, what's up, Grumpy? By the way, morning, Grumpy. I think somebody else comes sliding in. I didn't know. Turning guns. That's it. Somebody else comes sliding in. Turning guns. Damn StreamYard text thing kicked in and it kicked everything up. Turning guns. They did away with the Constitution. In some country, I'm sure they did, just not here. We have a Constitution. It's a cool little book. Dude I know named Devil Dog actually recommended this little collection, and I thought that, yep, it's rather nice. It's weird for me to think that I had a better teaching of civics and history because I went to a private church school than the public school system taught. Are you right, Rabbit? See, this is where that's how we got there. You know, this is how we got where we are. It wasn't that, oh, it's all predestined. It's, we stopped paying attention. Like, see, people didn't really pick up on that. It's like, wait a minute. So kids that are going to private school are learning about, you know, the civics and history and stuff. How come we aren't teaching that in the public schools? Nope. My stuffed bunny and I write our own house resolutions. Never been needed inside my house. Well, you are the governing body of your house, Mr. Griffin. Governor Griffin. Besides a lot of you folks, very few things look real to me anymore. Well, I see a lot of real shit. I just see a lot of real confusion. You used to only see this on fires and wrecks and shit. Every now and then you'd pull up on one that would just had like running with the chicken with the head cut off. Like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Most of the 3/4 of the time, people just understood just how bad things were. And they were just going to kind of, you know, they were processing it while you were dealing with it. But there was always some. But when it comes to this, it's like it's the same. It's like now everybody's just kind of, you got such a wide, because of the social media and this whole digital platform's got so many people just like, and it's everything instead of just, think about that, man. Look at it. There are hundreds of thousands of channels on like YouTube. Hell, there's probably over 1 million. Look at Rumble, hundreds of thousands of channels. You got that Odyssey, BitChute. I don't know. There's so many. And just think if somehow you could hack into the network and just implement a message across there to contact your local representative. Man, what a massive, it would flood the phone system. They wouldn't even be prepared for such an overwhelming response because, see, that would be just, that's not nowhere near. Everything is scattered, man. It's either I don't know. Because I can't really explain too much because I don't want it to sound insultive. But Emergency Act suspend the Constitution. If it's a valid emergency act, your governor of your state can stand up against that. Kind of like building a forward operating base and running the feds out of certain areas because they're just not doing their job. What's up, Anti-Jack? Morning. I read that 2 billion people log into YouTube every month. They claim to have 1/4 of the world. I can believe it, Brian. I can believe it because it's a digital life now. Once they finally remove the 2A from our Bill of Rights, we'll no longer be a free nation. I know, and isn't it so ironic? That just, oh boy, this will, here. You know what? If you're going down, go down in flames. That's what I say. What the hell? Go big or go home. So here's one for you for the 2A community. So if the 2A, Second Amendment, why do so many people bring up the Second Amendment, but also say that the Constitution and the Bill of Rights don't mean anything? So if they don't mean anything, then how can the Second Amendment ever have any value? And then when you actually look at what the Second Amendment actually says, it's kind of reinforces that people have to be an active participant in the system, because it's the Second Amendment was against a tyrannical government, which means it's a we the people part. And it doesn't mean you just lock and load. It means that's one of the means, but that's why you have it. But you're supposed to be doing the other duties too. And so it's like, how does that happen? How do people, so many, preach the Second Amendment, but then say that the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration don't mean anything? The country's gone, but you want a Second Amendment. It's kind of like these crazy ones that they don't want the cops until all of a sudden some other people show up to beat up Antifa, and then Antifa runs over to the cops going, "Oh my God, aren't you going to do something?" And so it's like, well, wait a minute, I thought you didn't want nothing to do with them. And so it's kind of like, if you're going to acknowledge the Second Amendment, then that means you should be acknowledging the country, and it should be participating in the whole system, not just a lead flying scenario. "2,000 gun laws on books rule over Second Amendment." I guess, as long as you let them. I mean, you can sit there and watch Guns and Gadgets and all the other stuff and watch the court cases that are being won. Some are lost, some are won. So it's a battle, which means nothing's given. It takes people fighting back. I mean, if somebody just comes up and says, "Give me your money," and you don't do anything back, do you really get to blame that dude for robbing me? No, I was robbed. I'm sorry, all he did was say, "Give me your money," and you gave it over without even bucking the system. You didn't even look at him funny. Well, but still, if you're just going to sit there and give it up, then the Second Amendment protects the First. Step on the accelerator. If I have to ask permission there. But see, what permission do you ask? I mean, it's like if around here I found out that all of a sudden they wanted to ban AR-15s in the county I live in. I'm sorry. I could just drive around and going, "Hey, they're trying to do this," and there'd be enough people that show up that they would shut that down. It's like, okay, no, we ain't doing that. And then it would probably be really funny because the person that brought that up wouldn't be holding office very long at all, because people around here would react to that. And I just wish more across the country would do that. I don't know how you're going to disarm me for your safety, but carry a 12 and no concern about the 6. Well, no, and it was just an example, Savage. I just grabbed a model. Full auto suppressor RPG, ask permission, pay your tax stamp, pay your fees. Actually, you know what? It's funny because you bring up the full auto. I guess if you really want to view life that the American populace has no say and can't do anything, then I guess you could go back into, what was that, the 70s? Whenever they did that? Whenever they did something about, or was that in the 80s when they did the auto See, why didn't people speak up and say something when that was being passed? Why didn't you have people contacting their representatives and their senators and all that shit saying, hey, this is bullshit? Because people were thrown an idea and they were like, sure, whatever. So it's the negligence is what got us here. Was it 88, Hutch? I figured it's either in the 70s or 80s, somewhere right in there. I know they did the whole little full auto shit and you couldn't all of a sudden get a bunch of shit. And it just, see there, that makes me, why didn't people speak up? They had, you know. Well, see, no, here's the catch though, Savage. You might have been, but apparently not the predominant majority. And here's the ironic part. See, that was pre-digital age. Now we're in the digital age. You would think that like a group like that was standing up would actually have a larger voice now, because now they can get on the digital platform. But when you really think about it, that's now been flipped all around since it came on. Now if you were to try to say that, to call and write, you get laughed at, told it's not going to do any good. So it's literally the counter. Isn't that kind of ironic? See, because back in your day, in your area, before the digital age, people heard about something, tried to do something. You would think that we could have more communication in the digital age and get a better response, but it's actually an intentional to flip it around now. Dude, guns are basically illegal at this point, according to man's law. Dude, really, it sucks where you live, brother. I'd move back to the USA. And if you're over in the USA, I would move from your Democratic run city or something and come on down to a Republic type state where you can have guns. That would suck. I become incredibly lazy. They have to let someone else to do it or fix it. Exactly. See, my skydive, that's what I see. I see it's like we have a reaction to shit that we've let get this way. The right to possession is Americans' constitutional laws, but has not to harm anyone, but as a tool of free rights. If you got money, pay your fees, ask permission, you can own anything. It's appropriate. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up, Miss Teresa? Welcome back, Hutch. Only money I pay is the cost of the good man. Right. And it ended very clean. Slick Willie and the oral rice. Or that much. I get pulled over, cops go through all my guns. They temporarily disarm me almost every time. I do not know. I don't know the circumstances behind all that. I mean, if you plow over like 3 people during a parade or something, and then they come and they finally chase you down, and then they do a pit maneuver to get you to stop, I could probably see them disarming you. I mean, if you're just like casually, you're driving along, doing the speed limit, and you're just like that, and you get pulled over, then I'd say that, yeah, if that's a county that's pulling you over, then I would be contacting the sheriff. If it's the state patrol, I'd be contacting some legislative people. That's speed trap harassment, but it's all in the delivery of the message. Right, Monty? Monica Lewinsky was the original tall. Man, it took me a minute to figure out what the hell people were even talking about when they were doing the hawk talk. And then I saw the video of her when she's talking to that dude and about how, you just have to do the hawk talk and spit on it. And then it was like, oh, now, okay, I got you. Had no clue what the hell the point to that was. Oh, yeah, Scat Pack. Is anybody around the Rapidan Dam collapse? Where was that? Was that in Minnesota? Minnesota, don't you know? Every gun law has never saved a life. It only makes more victims. And gun laws are only for the people that follow laws. That's just a word. See, this is a dumbing down of America. People should hear that and automatically be able to connect reasonable thinking and go, wait a minute. If you already have a law that says you can't do this and people are doing that, I don't think another law is going to change that. But see, they got people so dumbed down and confused, and that just a simple, like, wait a minute, you already have something that says this is illegal. Why do we need another one? That's people can't even connect the simple little things. I think I did. The debate was that showing emotions is a sign of demon possession. What? Well, that was some cray shit. So if you show an emotion, you're possessed. I would actually have to counter that with just the opposite. I'm sorry, if you do not show any emotion, you're probably possessed. Do you think you have a right to beat on your high going permission? Yeah, well, it's easy to say when you don't live here. All I can say is Texas, we've got it all. We got Texas nighttime law, we got castle doctrine, we got stand your ground, we got protecting your property. So they said 99% of people are demon possessed. Wait, that's what you said. Wait, what are you talking about now? I'm talking about if people think just because you have an emotion that you're demon possessed, I would say it's the other way around. If you don't have any emotion, you would be possessed. And Huckleberry said, same goes for animal rescue in Louisiana. Are you calling the law to help? Oh, are you talking about that couple? Did you see about the deer? I talked about that earlier. Seeing it's like that. Them two people they're real nice. He's a nice guy. And but they need to start contacting then their state legislative people and make their other people in the state aware of, hey man, do you know that we don't even have any animal rehabilitation shit? Like, you can't do this. Because it's like them. They're sitting there, look at those people. Good people, they seem like, but they were totally unaware that was even something in their state. So is it the state's fault for their lack of knowledge? Or now that they know, should they do something about it? I'm just saying. Says, why would you not just walk away from that kind of shit? I see that, Rabbit. Oh, yeah. Got my finger in the name. Is it the right or the right? That's it, Savage. So if you're a Indian, then you are more than likely to show anger. Yep. Could you imagine an armed bear coming towards you? I would probably feel more like I had a chance if the bear was coming at me armed than if the bear was just coming at me unarmed. Because if the bear's coming at me armed, we got a skill thing that we can work with. If the bear's just coming at me, we just have a Mother Nature thing going, and that ain't happening because I do not stand a chance. If it's an exchange of some small particles, some people are more on point than others, so there's still a variable right there. But I'm sorry, you just take a damn 1,200-pound bear coming at your ass. There just ain't a whole lot you can do about that. That's why I carry Porta Concealed 1911, because who cares? I can carry whatever. There you go. In 1986, I saw a girl, her eyes would go totally black, and I could see beside her eyeball. Might have been. There you go, Skydive. An armed society is a polite society. Right, Huckleberry, an armed bear would make me rethink my drug usage. Piss off. I wouldn't have gotten involved, but it was a Christian channel, and I couldn't sit by and let them teach falsifying information. Well, you didn't change them any. You didn't change them, Mayhem. All they did was get you to participate into. You didn't change them. Watch, they probably are going to just go back and they'll just make fun of things you said. But it's a good effort, and that's as long as you hold true to your. You got to stand for something, or you'll fall for anything. I think that's how that song goes. Hadn't been bears in my area in 103 years. Wild pigs, boars. I see them. Oh, yeah. Like a pissed off cow. I know, right? You'd think something so just slow moving, but buddy, and you get them riled up, son, and they don't feel too much shit. They just keep tearing shit up. Morning, Ronan. Good morning. Unless I never leave home without. Why you increase it from where you're at? Well, I got quiet there at the end. Lord have mercy. Damn, man, 3 hours. I need to go out and check on the chickens. See how the two new ones, man, the last time when she just went to work, we looked out there, and those two that put out there hadn't even come out of the damn coop. I hope they aren't like some emotional traumatized shit since I had them in here for so long. They're like, what the hell kind of shit is this, dude? We just got put out here. Where's the AC? Man, this is some hot shit out here. We don't got no music. Yeah, I spoiled the two that hear peanut butter and jelly because I actually used to turn on the radio. They would listen to the radio when I went outside to work. I wonder who put the hole in my pool. Probably a neighbor with a pellet gun. Scat Pack said they're having too much fun, and nobody came and put a pool in my yard. They don't have one. Pat. Because misery loves company. So my baby chicks are out with the rest of the family again. They're having fun. See, man, I didn't have another place to put them, so I had them in here until I finally could get rid of them roosters. Rescue, I had a raccoon kill one of my chickens yesterday. Just, oh, holy shit, Tiger. Holy crap. Did they get in the new coop? Or it was while they were out, they got a hold of them? Carl's going to go finish a boat cover. Never stop calling out malarkey. Now, who's malarkey, Carl? Bill Malarkey? Bob Malarkey? Susan Malarkey? Which Malarkey? I'm just jacking with you. Oh my God, what did you do to them roosters? I turned those roosters loose. They are living by a stream and some woods, and they're doing their thing. Rescue, Rabid said Missouri doesn't love company. Man, I thought Missouri was doing all the advertisement. They're wanting all the people from New York City and from San Francisco to come there and experience the paradise of Missouri. Isn't that how those advertisement commercials have been going? Like, come and see the Ozarks in Missouri. Come on down. Bring your liberal ideas here. We need to save the environment in Missouri. I mean, isn't that? Get Rabbit's blood pressure all going. What? Kiss off? They're living. I didn't kill them. How am I bad? See, I already addressed this. We're not doing this again. I've done this whole rooster bullshit once before. I ain't doing it again. Them roosters are alive. They're doing their thing. They have water. They have food. They have room. They're totally cool. So they get to do them, boo. I got Alamo out here. He's now got his 7 girls. He'll tend to them. And now everything can go. I need consistency. I need some stabilization. I'm not gonna address it. I'm not gonna go get them. They're fine. They are fine. I would have made them a couple of 8-piece boxes. Well, the missus didn't want to eat them because she watched them hatch, and so she wasn't going to eat them. And so it was like, okay. Well, there was somebody that was going to come pick them up, but then they never showed up. And so we were trying to figure out what to do. And then I finally realized that there's a spot where then they can have access to everything. I won't say they're totally predator free, but because shit, man, there's no bird netting and there's not all that. So something could probably still get them, but they've got a good little free range. They have fresh water, insects and bugs and shit out the wazoo. So that guilt shit just ain't gonna work, man. If anything, I feel more guilty about these 2 little fuckers that I just put out there yesterday because they just spent the night in shock and awe. Like, what the hell just happened, man? We just got thrown over here into Somalia. What the hell happened? They just went from R&R in Saigon back over into Cambodia as far as they're concerned. So I'm sure they're not happy campers. Oh, I just saw an orange block go by. Zombie Force Rescue. It's been another good discussion. The day is calling. Everyone have a great day. Hey, Zombie Force, make it a good day, bud. Appreciate you being here. .50 cal as a cannon, 17 millimeter is a mortar. Those are Texas chips. Right, see, Hutch? Those are Texas roosters. They're fine. And you know what? To be honest, and I'll say it because shit, I know it's probably not politically correct, but damn, dude, at some point you just got to let things be what they are. So it is what it is. But that's all already over, so I'm done with that. And then now I can start cleaning up because, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, peanut butter and jelly in here. I won't do that again. When I go to hatch anymore, it'll be right out there on that porch. And then that way, as they go to make a messes, that shit can just be out there. Chicken cannon. And there you go. Just launch the bird. Whew. Shoot roosters to everybody. And then if you have the neighbor you don't really care for, that's when you get the frozen chicken and put it in the cannon. Then it comes through the roof. Boom. It's like, there's you a chicken. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you stuff them in there, though, Monty. If you kind of tucked it under and then slid them down in there and then they launched, they could shoot them wings out as they came out, and then they could actually give them a good little boost. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get soon too. I have to finish my stuffed bell peppers. Ooh, stuffed bell peppers. That's some good chisening right there. Do you stuff it with just meat, or do you do rice and sausage and stuff like that? Like, what do you stuff your bell pepper with? It's, if your chicken is bad, do you choke your chicken? Shoot, no. It's kind of like the old syphilis things in the army. You know, you just put it on the table and you whack it with the rubber hammer. Morning, Shorty. How are you, ma'am? Son, that's a traveling woman right there. She comes from Cali all the way to Missouri. Between her and Roots, buddy, they some travelers. Well, and then you go the other way and you got Elusive and Hillbilly up here, so. Tickle fishing is real. If you're tickling something and it's fishy, it needed cleaning first. I'm just saying. If you're tickling something and it's fishy smelling, it needed to be cleaned first. You missed a step. Rice burger, tomato sauce, mozzarella, just cook the burger. Ooh, there you go, Savage. Hey, I didn't say it. Anti said it. I didn't say it. Just do the hot. Ding. Get the spittoon ring. No, sir. No, sir. See, this is what happens when you hang out with lot lizards too much. Y'all just see that. Y'all see what Mayhem said? See? See what Mayhem said? This is what happens when you hang out in the lots too long. See? That's why you don't hit up the truck stops. Lord have mercy. Mayhem, you were supposed to stay away from the lot lizards. I thought there was a sticker on the window that said no lot lizards. What happened? What happened? Oh, Lord have mercy. We definitely hit the 3-hour mark, didn't we? No, they don't. They actually need mental health is what they need. They need tough love, rehabilitation love. Excuse me. Y'all have gone off the rail. I know, right, Tiger? I ain't even got any life jackets for that one. That lifeboat's sinking. What are we at now? Just blame anti, we do. Lord have mercy. Some lot lizard stole my no lot lizard sign, so I guess I'm no longer anti-lot lizard. Oh, so you're finally coming out now, huh, ma'am? Is that what's up? And I don't know, did it? Damn, I don't think. Did she ever send me anything? Yep. Okay. Yeah. I was wondering why she didn't ever message me to let me know. Right on. Oh, well, hey, you know what? I forgot. Hell, that would have fit right into the conversation a while ago. So, like the missus, when she just went by, dropped a letter off with the tax office because we got the appraisal for this year and it was going to go up. And so I called in and I said, hey, I want to protest this. And I sent in the little paper and they said, okay, well, here, you got a hearing on this date. And tell us why. So I actually just called them and said, hey, in the hearing, what if I sent you some pictures? I sent the pictures and all they had to do is see it. And they said, you know what? And they actually even dropped it lower than it was last year. So not only did it not go up, but it even went down lower than it was last year. So I don't know, man. I'm not saying it always works all the time, but it's better than doing nothing. What is that a link of? Rescue when you get these tomato seeds, only plant them about a quarter inch deep. Yeah, I think I might have went too deep on the other ones. I just and I'm going to try these in a more better soil and, in this little seed thing until I get little seedlings sprouted up. And then I can put them in some stuff, which my plan. So I was given these little, it's a Vivo Sun thing, and it's these little green containers, and they've got the little trays in there, and they've got these little domes. These are little plastic inserts that go in here, and it's got this mat thing that apparently you can plug in, and you set these on it, and the warmth is what helps it, I guess, or some shit. I don't know. And I was getting ready. I just got to reach out to Ladysmith, and I was going to just get her advice since she sent me this stuff. So I think these are basil. They're little green seeds. Is that basil? I don't even know if you can really see those. Damn it. There you go. Is that basil? And then I got some marigold. I'm doing a whole tray of those in marigold. And then I got some red onions I'm going to put in there, some spinach in the other one, and I'm assuming white onions because they're just onions. And curly mustard and some turnips. So I'm going to try to plant those. Basil is tiny seeds? Well, I don't know what those are then. It looked like it said basil because she tried to write on like a sandwich bag, and so the marker kind of, I just saw what looked like a B and it looked like an A, and I just assumed basil. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. They're green. Did you get the seed starting mix I told you about? No, ma'am. I got what I ended up with. I got some Foxfire Ocean Forest, and then we've got bags of like I forgot what brand, Scott's, or I think we got some of the Miracle Grow potting soil. Careful with that mustard. That shit will come up all over the place next year if you ain't keeping it correct. Oh, really? Shoot, I'm all about the mustard greens, man. Shit, I'm all about mixed greens, dude. You take some collard greens, mustard greens, turnip greens. Chop that, wash them off, chop that stuff up, put it in a pot, start boiling it, drain some water off, put some butter off in there, a little bit of oil, get it stirred around, throw some bacon chunks off in there. Chow down, son. Yeah, this is like, that's what's in here. So what's in here, this is that Foxfire. Foxfire? I think, well, Firefox is the browser, but I think it's Fox Farms or something. Ocean Forest, supposed to have all these little nutrients and all this good stuff. And I was given this map. So I was given this map thing right here. It's a seedling heat map. It's supposed to be waterproof. See how much dust them chickens put out on shit, man? It's how much dust. That ain't nothing but dust. Shit. Anyway, I was given this, those little tray thingies. So, and I'm going to try to, because the soil out here, I got nothing, because everything's on a slope. So I can't just like dig up some ground and, plant some shit. So I'm going to have to put some kind of planters and soil. Yeah, I wish I knew what this was. I'll have to ask her again. I don't know what those are. Little green seeds. See, I don't know what those are. See, and here's where See, I thought that was probably like a basil or something. But I don't really know. Well, I guess I'll have to ask her what it is. What is it? What? Rank 2000? Hey, what's up? How are you, buddy? No, I'm still waiting. I'm still looking for that right pack of cigarettes, right? As soon as I find that pack of cigarettes, I'll be right there. Just wait down there at the end of the corner for me. I'm showing up anytime. I promise. My bad. You don't need that heat temperature right now. Okay. And let's see, I'm going up. How come chickens make dust? Right. Them little shits would do it because they were scratching all the time. They were always scratching. And in the scratching, I had it what I thought was contained. And then I started noticing that there's this dust that keeps falling on stuff. And then it's like, yeah, it's you. Damn birds, man. You don't need all that fancy shit. Yeah, I know. Looks like they're coated seeds. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll ask Lady Smith. Did you get the coat on them seeds? Right. I don't know. I saw them and I thought it said basil. I don't know. I'm gonna plant it and see what grows. Try to get a hold to Lady Smith and Scat Pack. He said, "Go ahead and starve." Right? I didn't say starve. I said, "Wait down there on the corner for me. I'll be there. I'll be there eventually, one day." Hey, we need a quick song interlude. That's what we need because we need a couple minutes. So refill your coffee, tea, shot of whiskey, your moonshine, whatever. Pack your bowl, twist one, and I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes.
All right. Well, Daddy was a badass, oil-filled white trash, never took nobody's lip. He was a honky-tonk dancer and even beat cancer, and 40 years smoking just quit. He had Corey and pen up black ink tattooed forearms from the war. He won a Purple Heart medal, but never heard him pedal the killing he did with the core. So they shipped him on home, his mind all blown, and nightmares about his past. Well, it's a dang good thing Mama met Daddy, 'cause Daddy was a badass. Yeah. He met Mama on the dance floor in Deep East, Texas. She was the belle of the ball. He had a whole barren son, giving him a run for her hand in marriage to call. So I took the rich kid to the back of the bar, threatened him with his life. He said, "Hey, little girl, your date had to leave. Now you're gonna be my wife." I guess his country charm turned her on, 'cause 50 years has passed. He got the one and only girl in the whole wide world, 'cause Daddy was a badass. Well, Daddy made it out of the chili rig patch and gambling paid for his school. The University of Texas sure got reckless, living on 8-ball pool. He had backroom all-night poker games, a pistol by a rotary phone. He was a hot-tip handicapper on football, never took a student loan. So he passed with honors by selling numbers to everybody in his class. Then he drove back home to Old East Texas. Well, you know what it was. truckload of money. Hired all my uncles and the good old boys from back in his roughneck days. Till the shop burned down, lost everything he had, and they went their separate ways. Well, he flew to Vegas, he borrowed
If you type it enough times, you'll get it right.
and black. He made 200 G's. He got the business back, y'all. Daddy retired, sold the business. The kids are grown and gone. He said, woman, I just can't sit around here. You know I gotta keep bringing it on. Climbed on his 1963 Panhead Harley Davidson and rode it wide open till the end of the world, off a cliff and into the sun. Well, I still roll. Mama was crying, said that's the way he should have passed. In a blaze of glory, just done with the world, man. 'Cause Daddy was a badass. 'Cause Daddy was a badass. 'Cause Daddy was a badass.
Just done with the world, man. Oh, hell, I just actually looked at that the tickling a trout. So cold I had to put socks and a shirt on. Boy. So y'all done got a little cold snap down there? I'll say, I can remember back in the day when you would even hear calls to call your representative, call your senator. You don't hear that shit no more. I might write some of them and start telling them maybe they ought to start saying that when they do all this talking. Winter is harsh here. The struggle is real. What does the temperature do? Drop down to what? 65 degrees? Wait, Monty, are you saying when it's summer here in America, it's wintertime in Australia, but how does that work if it's just flat? I mean, doesn't that only work if you kind of tilt it and you have see, I'm just saying. How does that work? Well, if you're going to talk about buck cherry, I think mine's give me one more reason from black cherry. That only works if we're on a ball, Monty, and that we actually have, polar opposites because, we have that's the only way that works. So, gosh, they make Australia feel colder with the weather modifications so that then you think that Antarctic that they've been dropping the snow machine on all this time is different so that then you can't visit the aliens that have been here for tens of thousands of years. Because they find human society and our political beliefs so humorous that they just sit back and watch us like a daytime soap opera. But hey, sorry, sarcastic humor, I guess, in a way. Summer of love. Oh, this one's here. This thing will be ripped down statues and shit now. As we get a little closer, I think they're little 100-something thousand, military age males, hundreds of thousands of military age males, in their little pro-Hamas demonstrations on college campuses in democratic cities. Something's going to connect up. That's it, Huckleberry. It's the aliens. And to think they came to mine the gold, and then they just said, we're good. And then they just stuck around to observe, and they don't even take any gold anymore. It's kind of crazy. What? Money. You had to mention flat Earth. Can I go one day without hearing people thinking the Earth is flat? Apparently not nowadays, no more money. It's just, man, just when you, because I randomly will click on shit and it comes out of nowhere, dude. Sometimes in here lately, it's weird how here lately, it's like it's picked up more. And I think that's where it just kind of really dawns on me that it's almost like intentional distractions. That's where I think some of this other stuff, it just intentional distraction. Circles are a psyop. Everything is flat. Well, and you know what, Huckleberry? And we all know that if it's on the internet, it's got to be true that you can't lie on the internet. That's against the law. Ooh. Oh, what's this? Another comment. Man, that video just gets comments all the time. Wonder if that's a good comment or a bad comment. Most of them are all good comments, I gotta say. Didn't. Heard somewhere that Antifa are going to protest the debaters. Australia is fake. Everybody knows it's just a blocked part of America. Well, yeah, wasn't that our prison farm, Hutch? Wasn't that our prison farm? It's not a real country. It's just a prison unit. They don't even have guns over there. You can ask the internet a question and get answers both ways. Hell, there's more than just two ways nowadays, Brian. Didn't you know that? Hell, it's like genders. It's infinite. I mean, there's nothing factual. It's just all in what your reality is. How do you see this? I'm blown away by some of that shit I hear. What? No. Yeah. Wow. I don't know. For thousands of years, we said this shit was gravity, but now all of a sudden we're not going to say it's gravity, but it's something else, but we just don't know how to explain what that is. It's just not that. And it's like, okay, sure. If anyone's thinking of live streaming the battle Thursday, YouTube has threatened to shut down channel line. Well, I will. I might just out of spite. It was the British Spoon Farm. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? See? Oh, I don't know. Was that Hutch's way of saying fuck yourself? Am I supposed to fuck myself? What was the asterisk part, Hutch? Or did I miss something else earlier? Australia's fake. Everybody knows it's just a block part of America. Nope. Then there's asterisk yourself. I'm not quite sure. Was that the asterisk just like the shortened version of something? And those giant rats called kangaroos. I know, right, Huckleberry? Dude, I will say I get a kick out of the videos that have when people are like going through them little drive-through farms or whatever the hell that shit is over there. But you got them kangaroos that do the flexing shit, dude. I like it when they do the flexing. It looks so fucking his shit. Check out Apple Springs. Worst joint. That joint is worse than Chicago. I don't know. The Outback has this dish with chicken and cheese and bacon, and it's called the Alice Springs chicken. Australia is fucking lit. That's because you got electricity. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Just remember, you ain't got no guns. No form comments up. You are what you eat, so I'm freaking Subway sandwich today. Hey, just don't go Jared on us. You hear me? Don't get the Jared bread. I'm just saying. Australia was a British penis colony. Is that where they sent all their dickheads? Is that why they call it a penal colony? Because that's where all the dickheads go? Is that what happens? Are we starting to discover how we come about some of the English language? There's a lot of armed outlaws in Australia. Yeah, if you carve that stick just a little too accurate, they apparently get real mad at you. Rats that flex on you. That's it, Huckleberry. You ain't never seen those videos over there where they're flexing? Then people hold up their little cameras or phones or some shit, and then the males look at them and they start doing that flex, and it just like cracks me up. Sharks, crocs, convicts. Sounds like a fun zoo. Right, Hutch? And we even named it Australia so that it wasn't started at the beginning of the alphabet. Didn't even have to dig too deep. It was easy to find. British soldiers and civilians came here. They just dropped convicts on a beach and said, good luck. That's it. I get a kick out of you guys in chat or talking to somebody else that types something in chat, and y'all are like, oh, you're saying penal. And it's like, you don't actually hear them say anything, but y'all keep saying that. Just saying. It's kind of funny. Just funny. I saw a dude punch a roo for effing with his dog. Yeah. But I gotta say, dude, when I see some of them roos, yes, better be quick and get on with it. And he just got lucky because you seen them nails and shit on them damn things, dude. Some of them dudes got some gnarly ass hard nails. That guy died from cancer that punched the kangaroo. Oh shit, that'll show him, huh? They sent the hit squad after that dude. Jack was one of the roos. They injected some of that rectal cancer and took him out. Hey, did y'all hear that they figured out my damn, what was it? So they've discovered what they think is, of course, and I thought it was kind of funny, but not funny, but there's a cure for, right now it's saying a specific type of cancer, and it's actually the whole rectal colon area. And I thought, wow, that's cool. They're going to come out with it finally. How many top chatters in here? Most, because almost everybody bounces. And so since you go out and come back, you're always in top chat. Anti-rescue. So you saying I'm lying when I say I'm biting my keyboard tongue? No, but I bet that plastic probably don't taste so good. But and just exactly how is your keyboard tongue designed? Did you do it shaped like a regular tongue, or is it just like a regular key shape, or what's a keyboard tongue? What does that look like? Did you 3D print that? Did you ever see Huckleberry? Back lots of scrape. Oh Lord. He got free beer at his local bar for weeks after that. Oh, what did you do? Who did what? Let's see. Scott's Irish. Right? All right. Better show them. G-Mo and Nana. Dang it, Hutch. We'll barter with Top Chat. Top Chat Mafia. I thought the Mafia only had one F in it, though, Huckleberry. Full mechanical with programmable open source. Yeah, but see, I was wondering about the tongue part. So did you just use a key for the tongue, or did you like 3D print? And then did you do like a full-grown person's type tongue, or did you do a younger person's tongue? Just what shape of type tongue? Did you do like one of the Gene Simmons type tongues? You know, I mean, just what kind of keyboard tongue did you attach? I'm just curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Quit picking on that poor little my grandma Hutch. She'll whoop your ass. She's gonna whoop that ass. Coming out with the fly swatter. Break those flip flop at Hutch. A flop, cop. For cop. So you're throwing a flip for cop at Hutch. I'm a live Supreme Est. No service for 2 chat. Of where he needs hooked on phonics. You're just saying so you can steal my tech. Bah. Kangaroos are like deer. If there's one, there's more. I was waiting for more to run out. They're kind of like herd animals. I will say that is one drawback with the fence around the yard. Don't get the deer walking through right here no more. But they walk on the other side of it still. Well, Hutch has an excuse. He's in the rolling hills of Missouri. By the way, I caught the replay. I guess that was yesterday you did the smoke break, but you didn't do music. Instead, you were showing what all you've been clearing out and working on and stuff. That's pretty cool. Staying busy. Getting shit done. Rabbit, where in the hell do you think I live, mommy? Yeah, I guess the only ones I'll ever catch on the security ones now will be as they're on the other side of the fence. Which I've showed them. Hell, I think one night when I was streaming, I was sitting here one night and if Scat Pack might remember that because she's been here since the beginning. There was a late night. I was sitting up and we were talking, shooting the shit, and I looked at the security cameras and there was a herd of deer. And so I got the camera and I turned it on and put it up on the screen for everybody to see. Heading home, 2 gram blunt in my future. Do you, well, when you get home, do you want a link? Your call. KP Heathen. What's up, bud? What's up, buddy? Hey, KP, did you know about that, the over in Louisiana? With the whole, y'all don't have no, wildlife rehab stuff and you can't like rescue a fawn. Did you know about that stuff over there? Just out of curiosity. Rabbit dang. Lynn started something that ain't good for being anonymous. You have something those deer want, go jump in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. Skeptic remembered it. Yeah, Ryan. Because Brian been with me since the beginning too. Sure, link me. Okay. It's been a minute since I've done that. Let's see. And I'll say there's plenty of days, man. I'm sitting here and I think about it, but I just, the whole live, and then there's probably plenty of times I'd go live out there, but I'm playing the music. And so I know they're going to shut it down. Hey, what's up, Broken Patriot? Surgery day. Well, good luck in surgery. Thoughts and prayers, sir. Okay, there. Excuse me. What, people still do it and they can notify them. Yeah, but see, I watched a thing, KP. I watched this couple, and I had stumbled across them, I think, a year or so ago, and because they do the whole pour your own stuff, with the Satcrete and little stuff like that, and so they just got through putting up a video where they got a fine, and it was kind of shocking because apparently they didn't know, but they saw a fawn in the road, and so they picked up the fawn, and I'm assuming they notified them to kind of go, hey, what should we do? Well, they come and they took the fawn, and they just killed the fawn, and they told them that and then they looked up the law, and apparently, it even says that you're not supposed to rescue deer, and I was like, oh wow. It wouldn't have been a minute if you had trees alone. What? What are you talking about, Kissa? It wouldn't have been a minute if you'd trees alone. Okay. I have to go back to sleep to probably catch that one. They don't shit down music anymore. The artist gets a split of the profit. Oh, okay. So they don't do the whole shutdown thing? Might have to try them. Trees can kill. That's the dumbest shit ever. Typical of Louisiana law. Oh yeah, see that's. I was just blown away. I mean, I kind of can understand if you're kind of just doing this and let nature take its course, but at the same time, you know, it really just blew me away because then they even pulled it up and they showed it on the screen, and I was like, oh wow, it does even list that out. And so it's just like, holy crap, I wonder. And then they were like, yeah, we didn't even know. And it's like, well, yeah, I don't think most people would probably think that's the thing. But apparently Louisiana is one of the states that don't have wildlife rehab or something. Uh, what was it? It was deer, fawns, alligators, something. There was something else they listed off. Every time you do them damn trees, you get hurt. Yeah, every time I do anything, that happens. That's just doing something. Even the Dakota ring is baffled. Right? Money who has the damn Dakota ring. Kiss Off just makes words up. Lady Smith broke my Dakota ring. Right. Kiss Off, don't get me started on those trees. Wow, what trees? What trees are you dealing with, Rank? Hmm. Back in my drinking days, I could make up my own languages. Oh, that's right. The trees from the drawings and stuff. Got it. I remember that. Well, since Kiss Off was babbling off some weird shit about trees and then killing trees or trees killing people, and then all of a sudden, so I wasn't sure you had gone back to that funny part. I thought we were still in crazy land and trying to figure out what the hell Kiss Off was talking about. But I think she was just griping about me trying to tend to things around here. That's all. Started going through my seeds. I have to thin the herd. I know if you hit a deer with a car, notify them, they pick it up and give it to a homeless shelter. Oh, well, yeah, now ours does that around here, you know. You can like if it looks like it's still viable, then they'll try to feed somebody with it. OMG the hate. Don't hate. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful, Kissa. I see. Or what do they say there? You just hate me because you ain't me? I don't know. It's been a while since I watched TV. It's probably why I got the old shit. I ain't up with the new terminology. Missouri has a list you can be put on if when a deer is hit so they can harvest the meat if the person who hit it doesn't want it. That's kind of like in the county here, like when the misses, because I think, my God, what have we been through? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 deer and 1 hog over the last 30 years with the misses. That's why we all make a running joke that she's like a mighty deer hunter with a vehicle. But Yeah, each time you kind of you show up and it's like, do you want the carcass? And it's like you go, no, I ain't got time to deal with that. Well, they'll look at it, and if it hasn't been like broadsided so that it's had all the bones shattered into the meat, then they'll take it off to one of the cutteries around here, and they'll cutter it up, and then they take it to the food banks, which around here is mainly the churches. There's a couple of actually places, but register for roadkill. Do you tell people where you're registered, like for a wedding? Yeah, most people don't. I know the missus didn't, Scat Pack. Matter of fact, there was a buck. A buck, well, the buck, she hit one buck with my truck. And whenever that thing went out in front of that truck and she plowed into that buck, he slapped that damn truck so hard it shattered his horns off at the skull. And then he folded around, and when he slid down, the damn uh, Chevy mirror had broke off and actually filleted him all the way down. Field dressed his ass right there down the side of the truck. I showed up. Me and the trooper both were looking, going, "Damn, that doe!" And then it looked again, and it was like, "Oh wait, shit, that was a buck." It shattered the horns right off of that one. And then she had another one going the other direction on the farm market, and it T-boned her ass. I told her I think some dogs or something in the woods were chasing that deer, because that deer just come barreling out the woods full steam and just broadsided her car. Just bam. So it was like, yeah, shit happens. It's what when you live in the country. You just gotta watch your peripherals. Watch for them little movements. I hit one years ago, totaled the car. Yeah, it's pretty much totaled. Well, no, this red one, she got fixed. Hell, I think, matter of fact, yeah, I think this one been twice and it's been fixed. This little red one. She had a white van before. That one got totaled. My cousin in Shell City has hit more deer with reels than her husband has hunted deer. I can't believe that. Why would they give out deer meat now with the zombie deer disease going around? Yeah, well, somebody's gonna have to prove to me that that back strap is bad. Other than that, buddy, it's going down. Truckers don't leave much meat to save. Oh yeah, 18-wheeler. You don't want them. Cement trucks, dump trucks, that type of shit. Man, you don't want none of that meal. That meat right there's got so much bone shrapnel in it. You'd probably be eating and going, wait, be a little piece of bone. Oh no, not the out the bone. The camels in Australia, how do they keep them lit? Keep them lit. Uh, is it the camels in the box? Because then they probably just use a lighter, and as long as you keep hitting it, it keeps burning. If you're talking about the four-legged ones, I don't know. Do you throw diesel on the damn thing or oil or what? How do you keep them lit? And why do you even light camels on fire? Oh, the questions abound. If I would have been faster, I could have recorded a gray Black Hawk helicopter flying overhead. Oh, My fear is when cattle rides, that by golly, we're outnumbered 4-1 out here. Maybe that's why they're taking out the chicken farms and they're taking out the herd, the stocking yards and stuff. They know the resistance upon us. The cattle shall rise again. Saw a train hit a donkey, instantly turned to beef stew. Oh yeah. They explode the internal organs. Rescue. Oh hell. Better watch what that camel toe's attached to. Might get some of that camel toe fungus that Ajax won't even wash off. I'm just saying, can't judge a book by its cover. There might be more to the story. Lord have mercy. Oh no, not a giggle snort. Where's Sophie? She's the master of giggle snort. Rabbit. Those are usually attached to child support and Alamo takers, just like. Yeah, that means he's been down to the Love truck stop, Anti. That's what that means. And it didn't because he went inside the store. What's up, Yankee Watchdog? Morning, sir. This ought to be fun. I turned on the central air, so we're either going to be 100 with heart or 50 frozen. Well, why can't you just set it for like 72 and be comfortable? Or you're in Pennsylvania, and those people up there definitely do things a lot different than the most of the country. But hey, just saying. I used to have a show called Giggle Snort Hotel on Nickelodeon back in the day. Oh, Lord. I never learned how to do this. What? Set a thermostat? Okay, so on a thermostat, there's going to be a heat and a cool, and probably like just a fan. Put it on the cool. That'll be under a mode. That's called a mode. Not a la mode with ice cream, but mode. M-O-D-E. Selects the different mode. Make sure it says cool, where it gives you a little frosty little icon. And then you should have some up and down arrows that you can go up or down. And as you push one, you'll notice numbers climbing higher or going lower. And you just do that until you get to the 70-degree range. Pick a number, stop, and then it should be right there. Might see another little button that says something about manual or auto. Make sure it's on auto. And then there you go. See? Camel traders abound. Gives a new meaning to camel tenders. Excuse me. Excuse-moi. I don't know how to even set it, and he's not here. Well, where is Chuck? Where did Chuck go? You see, if you wouldn't have tied him up overnight in the barn out there, then he could have done this for you. But oh no, you wanted to, chain him up in the barn. So now you're on your own. You made your bed, now lie in it. See, you shouldn't have chained him up in the garage. Get a sleeping bag, go sleep under the stars. Well, the stars are kind of hard right now because it's a blue sky outside. So if that 70 range, give me the 50. Well, but you're in Colorado. That's what you do? Just go outside, open a window, Yankee. Bet he's at his therapist. Nah, Chuck ain't got a therapist. Man, she lives in Pennsylvania. They ain't got nobody that's got no sense up there enough to deal as be a therapist for Chuck. So he'd have to go out of state. Although you could go talk to Fetterman, find out what medicine he's on. It's working, apparently. He's starting to actually seem to be applying some common sense to some shit. Mine's set at 78. Oh, Lord. Well, I can set this one at whatever I want. It's going to end up at 80 degrees in this room. That's why I got the big fan actually going in the hallway right now, pulling in the air from the living room, trying to cool it down. Doesn't everyone in America have a therapist? No, but I think a good portion right now call the therapist fentanyl. Seems to be the take, and they're falling left and right. And dude, some of the footage from some of these cities, I don't understand. How do people even live in a city where you literally got people, I can't even say like flopping like a fish out of water, because it's even more retarded than a fish flopping out of water. So, and they just drive by, or you got the person bent over at the waist, just like with the pants drooping around the knees and shit. And it's like, you totally cool with that? I can't see to type. I'm wiping the tears away. I feel you, brother. I feel you. Still need a blanket, though. Finally got through to the ENT. My doctor referred me to and got an appointment for. What's an ENT? Neurologist stuff, or? What's ENT? I mean, I'm glad you got the appointment. That's what you've been shooting for. I don't know. ENT. My therapist usually doesn't. Ear, nose, and throat. Ah, okay. Well, I hope things get cleared up. FBI framed Trump, admits they staged evidence. Oh man, see, that's right. Me and the missus, this is the conversation we have around here with some of the Democratic people. Orange man bad syndrome stuff. It's just, man, look at the media that you're watching and listening to. These people told you that laptop was real. It is now proven that it is 100% real, and that the FBI had it the whole time, that you were being lied to. Does that not make you think twice? and we just leave it at that. Wait for it to see if it slowly gets, because, you know, once again, if somebody doesn't want to believe it, they're not going to believe, and they don't care. So, but that's, yeah. So much is coming out if you just listen to those court cases, the evidence that's coming out. Lady Smith, there she is, little firecracker. Top of the morning to you, ma'am. Top of the morning. Haven't been able to breathe through my nose for months now. Rescue, they think I might have a deviated septum. Huh. Does it, so it doesn't even do anything, like if you just kind of go up by the corner of your eyes and you just gently push and then push back, like if you kind of help pull away from the cavities in there, because sometimes you can do that and then get a cleaner breath, but that doesn't even work, huh? Wow. So Rank watches CNN every day. Biden is awesome. Well, that's because you drink Foster's beer and you think you live in a free country. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Tiger. Lady Smith, I was going to reach out to you because I'm going to try to plant some of those seeds. So I wanted to see, what exactly are these? I thought they were basil is what you had meant to write on the bag, but then people say, no, that's not basil. What are those seeds? Okay, so that is basil seeds. So there, see, I was on point. They tried to tell me it wasn't basil, Lazy Smith. Now, I thought that's what you meant with the writing, but Seymour, feed me. Feed me, Seymour, feed me. If you know, you know. No help on my mouth for you right now. Well, just think when they open them bad boys up and you're going to go, you know, they do them videos where everybody gets their eyesight back or their hearing back and they're like so excited. You're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah. Oh my God, what is that smell? Yeah. And then you'll be like, take it back, take it back. My face is like that. My nose is mushed to one side. One nostril's almost closed. The other one is smashed open. I bought for 6 years. Oh, dang, Savage. There you go. Okay, so they're pelletized seeds. Little Shop of Horrors. That's it. Now, okay, so then do I do just like one of those seeds? Here's what I'm doing. So I'm making up 2 of these. One of the whole things I'm going to do with nothing but marigold. And then the other one, I'm doing onions and some turnips and then those little basils. But do you just do 1 seed per square, or do I do like 2 seeds in case one doesn't take? Or 1 seed in each hole like tomatoes? Okay. And can I do that? Can I put 2 seeds in each one of those? And here, I guess I could do this for size reference. So this is the Bic lighter. So it's half the size of a Bic lighter almost. I can put 2 in each of that. You know, bink, bink. 2 per cell, 1 per hole. Okay. Gotcha. Now that peanut butter and jelly are outside, that's my plan. The plan is to kind of clean this all up where they were at, get things wiped down and cleaned up, and then oh, Lord have mercy. Damn. So I just woof. Yep. Scat pack. Yep. But I do have to ask, so that wasn't some kind of flashback thing when you read that, was it? Because I must say, you know, it didn't remind anything. There was no reminders, no memory PTSD or anything. I'm just saying. Because I didn't go there at first myself, but then I never had that experience. But if that, see, then I got it as soon as you did. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Basil wool bush, so likely a couple of things. Okay, so that's kind of like the little bushier ones. All this, man. Conversations like this can go anywhere at any moment. Let's see. 4 hours, 15 minutes. Well, actually, I was going to see if Hutch makes it home. Catch him right before the 2 gram relief. I can get a walk through of the garden again. Need to get D-Dog up here to get a walk through of his garden. I like them garden walkthroughs. So anybody ever want to do a garden walkthrough, you just need to let me know and we'll set that up. I like garden walkthroughs. I like seeing progress. Never even seen a jail myself. Oh. It'll depend on your planning district. What area are you in? Are you in a dorm or are you in a tier system? Might do a little garden walk through. Short, maybe. But yeah, just holler, Rabbit. I mean, hell, I'd or either do one on yours and then I watch it. But off like a prom dress. My sides hurt. Well, just go ahead and spend the money for a room, money. You don't want to be in the back seat. Might cause you to cramp. Rescue, but that would be a butt buggy drive through. A butt buggy? I don't have a garden, so it wouldn't be a butt buggy drive through with me. I'd just be sitting there watching. Voyeurism, dude. Voyeurism. I heard they play the hokey pokey and they don't turn around. No, it's called a circle jerk, I think is what they do. But pitching or catching, you're still playing baseball. It's just how it is. Oh, look, Brian wants to message retract. I'm going to have to go over here to StreamYard so I can see what that was. Well, I think Brian was going with something along the lines you're making it like something and heading out. Money in a prom dress past the mind reach. Wash your hard drives. Wash your hard drives. too early for me to type. Hell, it's late now. It's damn 10:15 in the morning. Pass arounds are what we had in the clubhouse. Oh, yeah, man. I used to see some wild shit. I'll be honest, I never partake pretty much. That just was never my take. Yeah. You know, I actually think some of that even just kind of I don't know. I enjoy the riding and the partying, but when some shit and that's what always kept me, I guess, where I never fully vested into that. Because, oh yeah, man, you want to talk about some self-disrespect. Some of them poor girls just made themselves available to all kinds of stuff. Oh, my bad. I thought you asked if anyone wanted to do one at yours. I ain't got no garden. All I got is the digital platform. Making like a goose and taking the flock off. Well, just be like a tree and leave. No, make it a good day, Money. Take care, buddy. It's good to see you. The thing. Had a special cookie last night made with can of butter and dabs. Ooh, look at you, Brian. Damn it, son. The politics of it got me out. I could see that. I was trying to ask Monty if he was going to make like a fetus and head out. I forgot to type half a sentence. Oh. Or he's going butt first. The X and the O. And the X and O's. The hugs and kisses. Is that what X's and O's are? I think that's what the XOs are. Hugs and kisses. So wait a minute. So Monty's leaving. So does that mean Ladysmith is throwing the hugs to Monty, but Yankee is throwing the kisses to Monty? Oh, this is almost too much to handle in one day. Monty, don't tell anyone. No, let me know. So when the hell does this shut off? If you're talking about your air conditioning unit, whenever it reaches the temperature that you've set it for, then when it picks that temperature up, it says, hey, we're there, then it stops. Dear. And I don't know. Does Monty really have a purdy mouth? Just how close have y'all gotten rabid? I mean, nah, I'm just saying. So are you feeling too cold? If you're feeling too cold, kiss off. You should be able to go over and whatever little arrow indicators made the numbers change, then you bump the up one so it'll go up a few more degrees and take it to 75. There should actually be one somewhere. You should be able to see what your temperature is actually at and what your setting is at. So you should be able to see the difference. Like if you set it at 72 and it's still saying 75, then that's why it's still running, because it hadn't got to 72 yet. Not even the stones. Well, kidney stones. I've never had kidney stones. I don't pass those. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. If you're cold, switch it to heat and crank the dial to the biggest number. Well, see, but then that would create another conundrum because she's not even sure how she did what she did. And man, Dusty and them. Now I will say, big and little, which I totally got. I see. I love it in the video. I just even like listening because it's like, hey everybody, this is Big Dusty and this is Little Dusty. I don't know. I get a kick out of that. Sorry, my bad. But y'all need to go check out there. They got a beautiful looking garden. Man, that stuff is growing. Things is a growing. This is a deep fake misinformation. No CNN here. Shit, I'd like to see somebody try to come up with some AI that mimics me. Yeah, go figure that out. Hell, I can't even figure it out, much less let some computer program figure it out. How to set the clock on a VCR. Mm-hmm. That's why I told her she shouldn't have chained up Chuck in the garage, and he could have handled this. But she made her bed, let her lie in it. She freezes. At least the AC's working. Brian, help out the neighborhood. Yankee Watchdog, I don't do this shit on purpose. It just happens. Oh, yeah, okay. Sure. We'll go with that. That sounds feasible. Not. Damn. Anti got living in a gingerbread house. The windows taste like sugar. Are you sure that's sugar and not ant poison, Anti? Careful. Poor Chuck, like that movie Misery. Just break his little. I know, right, Savage? That's about what I feel for poor old Chuck. That she gets riled up on YouTube. She goes in there and probably whacks the bottom of his feet with a coat hanger. Tiger, I need your address and widows. So I need your address and widows, if you have it. Damn, Tiger, I didn't know you had a Winnie Widows. So I could send you all them moonflower seeds. Ooh, the moonflower. Who can you trust? You can trust in God and you can trust yourself. Okay, I'll send it to you, even though you had it on the envelope I sent your seeds. Hey, Mrs. Metal, welcome back. Rabbit, I know my lack of organizational skills shows me I can't find it now, right? I know there's some people I had their address because they had sent me stuff, but then I was like, damn, man. And I actually got to go through the boxes that I got around. I'm going to start trying to write stuff down off the label so then I can, because I am trying to come together with a way of sending out some of these cards she makes. So I want to send y'all cards. I'm just. Oh, you're welcome. Guess what I got back in the mail yesterday? Oh, Lord. That would have made too much sense to her. Need PJ's address. Oh. Oh, dang. Yankee done come out with the ma'am. Oh. I got those seeds back in the mail that I sent to you the first time. Oh, widow's address is in PJ's. Okay, gotcha. Missed that one. Pew! Move the numbers and it shut off. There you go. And see, now you just do that a couple times, you'll figure it out. You don't know till you try. Man, them little chickens are, I'm worried about them damn little things. Let me see if I can see on the camera. Because I'm like, man, when she went to work, we were looking and those things still hadn't come out that little coop yet. And it was like, well, that's kind of nerve wracking. Oh, damn, of course, nope. It's right behind that damn oak tree, lined up perfectly. Can't see that one. I see the other coop and see the birds. Yeah, and I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Looked at the cameras and saw my damn big old pile that I got to tend to. Could you send it to me? I can get her the million flower seeds. Oh, Miss Meadow says she'll send it to you, Rabbit. I hope the heat didn't get them. I don't know. Do this with the heat? The heat probably wouldn't mess with seeds, right? Going in the mail. I know there's some seeds that you take and you can germinate. Oh, I hope the heat didn't get. I mean the chickies. Oh yeah. Well, I don't think so. I mean, and that's what I don't understand why they hadn't come out yet. It's like, damn, that would, dude. I don't know. Y'all won't see me for a while if that happens. That would totally suck. Damn, I don't have no long song. I'd say I ought to just kick it over the tablet. We'll go find out. Damn, I'm kind of curious now. I'm worried. I don't want them. That's gonna trip me out. Yeah, that's. I will say it's kind of weird though that they didn't even come out, and I got them right next to the other ones, so I know they hear and they can see the other ones, and it's like, but why don't you go down? That's where the food and water is, and so it's like, it is kind of weird. Um, shit. So, let's see. I guess I can just, I'll put the, yeah, I don't know. Hell, I've been at it 4.5 hours, so there's 22 of y'all stuck around. Appreciate it. You know, I got to say, that's why I don't really mind the subscriber things. You know? Because then I kind of just talk to people that want to engage in the conversation, and it's not so much just random shit. Because I don't mind talking to anybody that comments and stuff, but yeah, just the random comment thrown in. It's this way. It's like you either want to be here or you don't. They're probably not acclimated to the coop yet. See, I didn't even shut the door. Rabbit, you know, I mean, because it's the little coop, so. And I don't know if you had seen that one or if I showed that much of it. I think I did when I was building it, but it's just got the little curvature door, you know, and it's got the little thing. It doesn't shut up. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just so weird because apparently they went up there at night, but then they hadn't come back out. And it's like, man. I should start my day. Got to install a barn door today. Maybe later. Later, Yankee. It's good seeing you, brother. Appreciate you stopping in. Keep your head on a swivel. If you go to the store, pick up something extra. Things aren't going to get cheaper. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Hey, morning, Miss Teresa. It's raining here. So not much else I can do, right? You said big hug. Thanks, Kiss Off. Well, I mean, you know, I might just I guess I could put on the old Papa Chubby and let it cycle through, and I'll take y'all out there. That way everybody can kind of see. Anybody interested? Frank says he's out. It's 1:30 in the morning there. I'll wait on that corner. That's it. I'll be there. Later, Yankee. And good night, Rank. Get you some rest, buddy. It's good to see you, buddy. Give the missus a hug. And y'all stay safe down there. All right, so for those that want to stick around, it's going to take me a few minutes because I'm going to start the Papa Chubby. I'll start up my tablet. I'll be muted and off screen and stuff, but then I'm going to migrate. I get my chair into the one that goes outside, and then I'll go out, and when I get out there, we'll fire up some sunshine and see what's up with the chicks. So y'all just hang tight. I shall return. I got you, Hutch. Just let me know whenever you're ready. I'm just in the middle of the transition. I kind of hate that word, but I'm with you. I'll be here. Give me just a couple minutes.
Was a young boy at 17. Went downtown, made the scene, took the 7 train all the way from Flushing. White hot top, hard and rushing. Went to the barrel number 315. Man looking at a magazine, check cross on the cover. Didn't look up, went inside and I used it up. Standing home without a wrecking machine. Drag queen looking like a drag can. Didn't show that beautiful thing. Made the sound, made the color girls sing. Everybody sing with me one time and say Well, the years that went, the years that passed, went around the world, I was having a blast. So the Beastie Boys, so the Bad Brains, Player 171 LUA, so much drama in the NYC. Hard being P.O. Papa Chubby, so hard being abused, yeah. A white boy just gotta pay his dues. Transition was my ignition, left me in a chronic condition. Set that wild man on the loose, running about singing on gin and juice. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice on the West Coast, that's right. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. I was laying back on the East Coast, singing this, I was singing. Yeah! From the East Coast to the West Coast, I ain't never been one to boast. From Bed-Stuy to East LA, all them kids got something to say. Lou and Rachel, Snoop and Jay, B.B. King and Dr. Dre, they were making them hits like there ain't no chance. From the New York to Paris, France, color girls singing gin and juice. White boy don't need no excuse. B to the O to the B to the A. Papa Chubby in the house today. Say, yeah, yeah! Hoo-hoo! Tell me how everybody say. Ho-ho! 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 Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth. I've been around for a long, long years. All the way. I was around when Jesus died. Had a now to say. I made plans for the pilot. Was the man that sealed the fate. Used to be true. Don't you get started. Also, some of you will just up my day. Oh, oh.
Yeah, they're okay. I think they're just kind of freaking out because they're in the coop. Hold on, I'm gonna switch the camera around. That's Alamo. There's Alamo. Okay, let me get where I can see the comments. So there's peanut butter and jelly. I don't know if y'all can really tell. Let's see. I think if I go too low, though, I might not be able to see chat. But let's just see what happens. Hold on. Sorry if you're getting a little seasick. Look at here. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Ooh. So there, I can. It's a little too close. Let's see. Tilt this. So there we go. So now, I don't know, everybody can see, but yeah, there's peanut butter and jelly. They just, I bet they probably damn near knocked that water thing out, though, I bet you. And see, I'll be glad when I can put them over with the other one. Hopefully they don't freak out too much. I'm going to go around to where I can access the door the other way because it opens. I'm going to give them a little bit of scratch. Hopefully they don't freak out too hardcore. We got some water. Yeah. Okay. I know y'all are tripping, ain't you? But it's not a bad thing. You're going to be with your sisters over here and your brother and your mamas. All right. Put mine over with the big girls and leave it there. Well, see, oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, see, but I waited so long, Tiger, because I had them other roosters, and man, they were going with 3 roosters in there. It was going crazy. And so, but as soon as I figure I'm just going to give them time to watch each other and yeah, kiss off. I mean, I don't know what happened whenever I put the other ones in there, man. those three older, the mamas of those started just like going batshit crazy. And, of course, that's when I had BB, and BB was just going. And it wasn't the mating thing, it was just being mean. And so I had to kind of keep them separated for a little bit. And then it's taken them a little bit to set their heart. But once I let the hens get a little bit bigger, which these are, I'm going to let them just kind of adjust to being out here and stuff. And then I'll put them over there. Child labor laws for chickens, keep them separated. Oh, yeah, and here, I'll take you over, and here's the other ones. So there's Alamo over there at the water thing. I can't tell how good of a picture it really is because I got this glare on this glass screen and some dust. But yeah, I gave them a little scratch. And they're just gonna see, it's gonna take them a minute, I think, to adjust to their surroundings. And it's hot. And oh, hey, there's Hutch. I'm sorry, man. I just saw him back there. So hold on. Let me bring him up right there. And then I can flip my camera back around.
Sup?
What's up, man? Now I'm gonna get in the shade.
I've only been back there for like 6 seconds.
Oh, okay. With this glare on the screen, I can't even hardly see anything.
What up, chat? It's humid as fuck.
So you ain't got no rain hitting you?
All the rain is gone. Yeah, it went through this morning. Now we just got.
Oh, okay.
That's the sun right there. That's the only thing that's keeping my ass from cooking right now is that big ass cloud in the middle.
Oh, hell.
It figures as soon as I fucking say something, the cloud moves.
Like, well, if you're gonna brag. Okay. Sorry if y'all got motion sickness. Oh, damn.
Hey, it turns out if you point your camera at the sun, it fucks up your color.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. Hold on, let me.
I was gonna say I'd do it, but oh wait, there's a little bit of sun. I have to go out there by the driveway.
Boom. Yeah, you just got to turn it off and turn it back on.
Ah. Man, you've been doing some serious work around there. I saw that deal you did yesterday, the smoke break with no music.
Oh, yeah.
Looking all prim and proper around there.
It's getting there, man. Let's see, I got some shit burning. Sunflower. Well, I guess you can't really see shit, but yeah, it's coming along. Man,
there's sunflowers.
Quite nice.
It looks like they're going to get big.
Yeah, they're good little mammoth and skyscraper. Yeah.
Which I still got them ones you sent me. I just got I don't know where I'm getting there. And I guess they'll last.
You might be too late now.
Oh, I think it's too late. What if I soak them or something?
I mean, you probably still could get them. You probably wouldn't be able to harvest them until up in October. But I mean, you got better weather than us. You got more of a growing season than we do, so you probably get.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? Can you say that again? What was that again, Hutch?
Huh?
We have better weather.
I didn't say anything.
Did Hutch just admit that another state has something better than Missouri? Y'all heard that.
You have a longer growing season.
That's not what you said. You said we have better weather.
That's what I clarified myself with, though. I smoke drugs. You can't take anything I say at face value.
But you had, but we already know you were en route for the grams. It hadn't hit yet.
Well, I do a lot of drugs, so I don't know what I'm saying half the time. Right, rescue veg. Yeah, they're doing good though. What 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 rows with there's probably 10 in each row. As soon as we I want to get some plastic just like I did the garden and like I did the other garden, the raised garden. Put the plastic down over top of it and shit. And then just go through and cut slits in the top on top of the mulch pile. So basically I'm gonna put plastic down over the mulch piles that are there, cut a slit, and then double the size of the mulch piles on top of the plastic. That way I don't have to mow in between and do all that other shit.
Oh, okay.
I might even think I'm master debating if I want to do marigolds or if I want to do lavender in between. I might do both. 2 or 3
I'm fixing to do a good little patch of marigold. Lady Smith sent me some marigold, and I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, and I was talking to D-Dog, and he was telling me the best success they had was laying the seeds on their side. The marigold seeds, because they look. I will say the ones I got kind of look weird. They don't look like a typical seed because it kind of like got ends to both, and it.
They're the long, thin ones with like 2 little antenna almost looking things popping off the end, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And he was talking about they had better success with just actually doing like a cut and then laying them on their side.
Like
in there, that they seemed to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try that with a whole tray because hell, they're good to keep bugs and stuff out of anything else. So I'm gonna plant them with. I'm gonna go ahead and once I get them started, put them with the other flowers and stuff that we got going. Oh, that's what I ought to do real quick. Hold on. Lady Smith is in chat. Lady Smith, you still in there?
Should be. What up, Lady Smith? Right, Tiger? Tell him. Shit.
You can crawfish now. We got crawdads down here. We're used to crawfishing. You can crawfish. I just know what was said. It's recorded in history. This will ever be in digital history.
Well, everything that you hear on the interweb.
That Texas has better weather. It's recorded down in history.
Didn't you just say a couple hours ago on this live that if it's on the internet, the
it's got to be true.
You know what I mean? So see, that sounded like sarcasm. So tie all that in together.
Yeah, but see, we heard it from a live Missourian. It wasn't like just a reported thing. It was a live living Missourian said, "Hey, your weather is better than ours." And it's like, yeah, well, you can't get more factual than that. I mean, he's living boots on the ground, firsthand experience. So
for the growing season.
Okay, I'm gonna flip my camera around, and Lady Smith, here is that strawberry plant, the one of them that survived so far. So that's that one hanging in the Folgers can. Doing pretty good.
I might do some strawberries. I don't eat strawberries, but it'd be nice to have them. Make some jelly and shit out of.
Well, I can't have them anymore, but the missus can. So
you can't have the seeds and shit, right?
Yep. Otherwise, I'd be chowing down, son.
Hell yeah. Well, I think that fucking run in it already.
So, right in. Keep runners cut off. Oh, okay. We're going to have to end up having a talk, so I'll have to call you.
The little suckers? Strawberries got the little suckers too, right? Just like tomatoes and all that other shit.
Well, and see, now I'll tell you, because here's what I was thinking, and so maybe I misunderstood the video I saw, but I was watching this guy talk about strawberries and how you can continue your grow, and he was talking about when you get the ones that come out and start to curve up, that if you put that on soil, that then roots will start to form at that little node size. And so then after roots and it starts to flourish, you can come back and snip the stem that was feeding it because it will have developed some roots and it'll start nurturing itself. And I was like, ooh. So I was actually thinking about taking that, and then I was going to hang another one beside it, and then I was going to digest it so that I could just stretch that and lay it over on top of that other canister with soil. and see if I could get one then to start grow over there. And if I did, then I would just continue to make me some more hanging. You know what I'm saying? That was my grandiose plan of success.
Yeah, I want to figure out some kind of way. I mean, eventually this garden over here is going to be, it's going to have a 2-foot wall around it. And then I'm going to do some kind of netting or chicken wire all the way, you know, roof and 2 sides. That way it's fucking critters stay out of it. And eventually.
That's why I hung that one.
Yeah, some bug net or something to keep the fucking.
The caterpillars, dude. Are the caterpillars get all over your shit?
They fucked up a few of my deals. They killed my watermelon. 2 out of 3 watermelons have been eaten. And something's been nibbling on the potatoes, but not enough to kill it yet.
Okay. Because, man, them fucking caterpillars damn near devoured that strawberry thing, dude. Hell, every day we'd go out and there'd be 4 or 5 of them on. There'd be a whole quarter of a leaf gone and shit. And so we were literally making that almost like an hour to hour and a half project. It was like, got to go on patrol. Get rid of the illegal immigrants. Didn't have time to do a mass deportation. We were having to do it daily.
Right. I got to move to the shade, boy. That shit is fucking. It's humid as a bitch.
Get a little worm. Okay, so hey, rescue, while you're out there, move whatever was blocking your view of the smaller chickens so you can see. Well, I can't. I'll have to move the little chickens rather than move what was blocking my view, because what was blocking my view was about a 36-inch around oak tree, and I think it's easier if I just go move that little coop over just a few feet, and then I can see it.
Well, see, boom, look, you wanted to talk all that shit. Missourians have the best work ethic because we would move the trees, not the fucking chickens. You know what I mean? That's how we roll in Missouri.
Well, see, down here when you actually had to come into frontier land and then fight your way from other hostile countries to establish your own existence, you learned how to work smarter, not harder.
Hey, ain't nobody got time for your logic right now.
And I intentionally ignored Tiger's excuse for you because she was giving you the excuse that Hutch was still recovering from the drive home, but I wasn't going to point out that it was only a matter of minutes.
It was a 33-minute drive home. Thank you very much.
Ooh, man, dude, that almost was like almost exhausted. You probably wore out from that. You probably had to rest, bro. I only got us to the store.
I only passed 2 on my blacktop that were on my side of the road, and surprisingly, I only had to tell one person in public to go fuck themselves this morning. So all in all, I think it was a pretty good day.
And it was just got started.
Right. Well, hopefully I don't have to go out in public anymore today, other than to pick the wife up from work later on this afternoon. But shit, when I went down to pick up J594 from Springfield for the meetup, I picked him up from the airport. There was at least 6 incidences where we would have had to fucking pull the car over type of shit. Yeah, I don't public very well at all for that common sense shit. Some things, mistakes, like I'll give you a little grace period. Oh, accidents happen. But just flat out stupid non-driving motherfuckers, I can't fucking stand it. I will lose my shit.
I gotta say, you know what? If I probably couldn't go to I don't know how I'd do it. Like, if you wanted to go to the mall or some place down there where I was kind of in the parking area of like in Houston, I don't think I could do that.
Oh yeah,
it's Walmart in town's not so bad because it's so small. I mean, hell, there's days you can sit there and you can watch the door and you see people coming and going, but for the most part, it's like hell. I just sit there and watch TV. Every now and then I get to people watch, right. But so there's different variations of retardedness, but still, it's just retardedness. It's just different versions. Crazy and at some point, some days you're kind of like, what's up, crazy hillbilly?
Right. Yeah. I like people watching. It's extremely fun. I mean, that might just show how much of a fucking lame I am to where that's my excitement. But yeah, you see some crazy shit just watching people, man. You learn a lot of shit too.
You can definitely see. Oh yeah, definitely different viewpoints. You go, really? No, that's it.
I need to. I was gonna stop. I didn't think about it until on my way outside of town. But I need to stop at the dollar store and fucking get some of that window chalk. I'm gonna put a giant heterosexual pride on my back window. That way, people know that I'm extremely proud to be straight. Figure I might as well push some buttons. I'm getting ready for a war. I might as well antagonize motherfuckers while I can.
Right. Oh, Lady Smith says Amorous plus Dreadlick, Hoppy Red Dye, Spike, and Golden coming your way. First of week. Hutch.
Fuck yeah, right on, Lady Smith. I read that wrong for a second there. I was like, dreadlocks. Like, no. What are you talking about?
No. Fucker. I'm gonna get my pellet gun, you little fucker.
Squirrels getting you?
Son of a bitch just dropped some shit right on me, and I mean, it was like, bink, right on the back of my head.
That's what you get. Why you all up on that man's tree like that?
God damn it! Why are you trespassing?
Boy, this thing hits like shit, but it's pretty good.
So is that like cigar paper?
Yeah, it's hemp wrap.
Oh, okay.
It is a 1.8 gram blunt.
Oh, it's pre-rolled.
Yeah. What does it say? 40%. I don't mind it. You ever tried the filters, the little glass tips they have at the end as filters?
Oh shit! No, check that shit out, boy. You're all high tech and shit.
I mean, you can
Man.
reuse it, but some of them you know what I mean? I'm not
Is
even
that like, is it like rolled up and then it's like a cap that's slid on the end of it?
No,
or
it's rolled in.
actually like rolled around it.
It's rolled around it. It goes all the way to where the fuck we at. It's this long. That's how long the filter is. All that's glass too.
Oh, okay, I got you. Well, I'm glad you waved that time. I'll ding that side of that thing and come cruising, doing that little. What's he looking for? Damn city people. No offense to people who live in the city. When I'm bitching about city people, just so we're clear, I ain't trying to ruffle feathers. I'm just talking about the ones right here around me.
He's
And
not,
most
but
of
I
them-
am. Fuck you, city people. You sons of bitches. Ruining my goddamn country.
All that metropolitan stuff.
Cities are a waste of resources and a waste of people's life experience.
I'm waiting, dude. I'm telling you, when it, just say a word about my rooster. Because I will say,
slacking.
Alamo, he crows all day. So there's
How many roosters
no
you got?
set rhythm with him.
You say you got 7 fucking roosters?
No, I did have 3, but now I only have 1.
No.
2 of them went to go live by a stream that has nice fresh water, and they have insects and plenty of trees and limbs but I didn't need 3, man.
You saying they went to the farm? Is what you're saying? You sent them upstate?
No, they actually they're as far as I know, they're alive and they're got water and they got insects and probably little snakes maybe, and they're by a little creek. They're just kind of free ranging roosters, I guess you could say. I made sure that there was a water source and sources of food, bugs.
I don't see why most people like the places that don't have major predators, like big predators. You can see hell, there's some place, I want to say Alabama. I went one time to where no matter where you went in the county, it was just pretty much there was wild chickens, like literal fucking forest chickens. People just let them eat. Somehow they never got fucking ate, and they've just adapted. So there's like a fucking million wild chickens just running around in the woods and shit.
Oh, dude, around here now, I will say it's nothing to be driving around and just come across little herds of guineas. People love guineas.
I fucking can't stand those things. They're annoying. They keep getting in the fucking way.
See, around here, they use them for snake patrol.
Yeah, that's what they got them for ticks and shit is what they use them for around here.
So you'll just have, people will have them and they just let them it's kind of like having guard dogs. It's sufficient. Just make sure they got water, a way to water. And that's what I tried to just do with the roosters. I was trying to figure out, it's supposed to be with some dude was coming to pick them up. He never made it. I was going to kill them and just get the breast out the deal. She's like, no, I'm not eating those. And I'm like, hold on, we have to readjust. And we've had this conversation. Well, apparently not those because, she's watched them grow. They were inside. The grandbabies have seen them. We've held them, and so it was different. And I'm like,
eat. Exactly from cracking the egg to fucking cracking the frying pan. Every single step of their life. That you figure that'd be the one that you want to eat.
Well, that's what I told her, and I even told her, going, so what, we just get rid of the chickens then if we're not going to ever eat the chickens? Well, no, because I ain't buying no chicken from the store. Well, she goes, but just not those. And I'm like, okay. And she goes, yeah, if the others are one thing, as long as I don't have to help. I'm like, no, you don't have to.
That's pretty much what I had to do with the old lady. I was just, leave them the fuck alone, because if you're going to get sentimental attachment by looking at them when you feed them, and you're not going to eat them, then there's no fucking point in having them. So you just keep your ass away from them. That way you don't sit, oh, they're so cute and all. I'm like, no, they're food. That's the only reason we got them is because they're fucking food.
Hell, dude, we might end up with some hybrid ass pigeons or quail around here. It'll be some kind of Americana quail now, and it'll be like, wait, that's some kind of weird, man, where is that? And it's like, oh, well, them roosters, buddy, they nailed some shit, and there you go.
Fuck around and get one of them chupacocks or something running around there. Cockbracabra, however you want to play with the words.
Well, and I'll be honest, I didn't want to, because it was like, here's the deal. They've got to go. Because one, I needed that thing for them. Everybody saw how big those damn things got. So I've been kind of like stressing for this for a while.
Merkel.
And then we tried to give them away. Well, people didn't really want roosters. And I get it if you're not going to because really you don't need a rooster unless you're just free ranging and want them to use them for protection, or you're trying to fertilize eggs. They're not giving you anything other than protection of your flock or fertilizing eggs. There you go.
I have to have a rooster more than I have to have hens, just because I don't want the ladies to forget their goddamn place. You know what
I mean? But those all three of them were getting so big, and it's like, okay, well, and I had to do something. So it was like, here's where it comes down to. Either A, somebody picks them up. 2, I'm going to chop their head off and I guess just put them in a compost pile or something. Because if you're not going to eat them, then I ain't hand plucking damn 2 whole birds, if we ain't eating the shit.
Right.
So.
Say, the roosters that I had, because we had what the hell were they? I can't even remember. The silkies. They had the little, the little fancy deals. So the roosters that we did butcher, we kept the chicken breast, but everything else, like we drained it, and I took the blood and the guts and kind of just set them in a bucket and just for about a week or so, and just every once in a while go over there with a stick, stir them up, squash it down, try to liquefy it as much as possible, and then just pour the blood straight into the compost pile. The guts and all that shit. And I'll say, as opposed to if you get goldfish or minnows or some shit, you go down to the creek, get you some fish and throw them in your compost pile, then the coons and the possums and shit are going to come and they're going to dig them out and they're going to take them and just boom. But if you got a blender or mix it up into a soup and pour that shit on there, the coons and the possums will do all your mixing for you, because they'll be looking for the solids while they're sitting there digging everything up. So save you a little bit of shoveling, help you do some pre-mixing.
Well, my compost pile is in disarray right now because, well, the young guy we had doing the fence stuff, as he was cutting all this stuff down, he commenced piling all that on top of the compost pile. So now the compost pile has limbs that are damn 20, 25 foot long sapling type shit stretched all over, so you really can't even get to the compost pile.
You got to put a piece of black plastic or some tarp over it. That way it cooks it. Because that's the problem I'm having with mine is I got to move where mine's at right now, my compost pile, all my dirt and shit. I'm going to move it over to the other side because hopefully before summer's over, I want to move my studio shed over to the garden. So I'm going to reorganize all that shit, or some of it anyway. And that's what I got to move my compost around because there's no room for me to actually work it. You know what I mean? It's just a pile sitting there. And since I can't actually work it, throw it around and flip it and all that other shit, it's getting all kinds of fucking Johnson grass.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
Shit like that.
Hey, what's up, Tony?
What you talking about, Scat Pack? You can't eat lunch while talking about the cut up entrails of a farm animal? Then you ain't doing it right. Shit, I can butcher something with a sandwich in my other hand. It don't bother me none.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, you reach a point where it's just desensitizing.
That's one thing that's never bothered me is the blood and the guts and all that other. You know what I mean? That shit has never bothered me. I will wipe my hands on my pants and fucking reach into a bag of chips. You know what I mean?
The missus doesn't. I mean, she'll go as far as like cleaning on the inside of a bird, but like the deer, no, she don't care about it. She just ain't fixing to watch it. So it's like when you go to dress the deer and stuff, it just should just stay inside, and it's like just bring me the chunks of meat and you cut it off. I'm good. So
yeah, the only thing that bothers me about the animals is just that 2-second gap when the blade's coming down. You know what I mean? When you see the life go out of them like that, I don't like killing anything. So that's, you know what I mean? I'll give my thanks. But as soon as that thing's soul has left its body, it's just another fucking chore. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's probably, well, that's true. Yeah, the only thing that really has any effect on me is that initial 2.5 second moment.
Yeah.
You know, and as long as it's justified, then it doesn't bother me. I just, yeah.
It's the appreciation.
There's another way. And then there's been times when it's, you know, back in my younger days, I of course saw things a little different. So I was a little meaner, and I probably could reflect back on some, and justification might have had a bigger area than I allowed, but I still wasn't, I don't know. I just didn't do needless. I guess I've always respected life in a way, you know.
Tony, I disagree.
Animals have no soul. You know, I heard the weirdest kind of connection to that. What was it? It was like a spirit. Animals have a spirit essence, but what separates us from the animal kingdom would be the soul. We have a spirit essence, and then we were also blessed with a soul. And I thought that was kind of interesting.
We think we're special as humans just because we fucking figured out some kind of language and do shit different. But at the end of the day, we're all animals. You know what I mean? We ain't no different than a fucking fish or a raccoon or a deer or a bear. Every living thing has,
depends on your belief.
In my opinion, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna fight nobody over it.
Yeah, no, that's it. It depends. I guess it depends. That's like the people that think we slithered out of the water. I guess that doesn't. I will say I find humor in that one because it's like, but I can see that still happening with tadpoles and shit. How come you don't? Where are these? Kind of like the whole chimpanzee thing. It's like, then, okay, so who turned off the switch? We should see colonies of these. You're saying that this is what transformed into the society we have of all these two-legged things that we used to be this. Then who cut the middle ground out? Because you can still watch evolution take place in natural shit that really happens.
Yeah. You can see it in plants to this day. You can see it in insects to this day.
Yeah. Well, and that's why the classic one is the damn frog, the tadpole. holy shit, you can literally watch it transform. You can do it in your home, in your bedroom. I remember that shit as a kid. That'd be your science project. You had to watch that and to describe the whole biology shit to it and stuff.
Right. I hear what you're saying, Tony Smith, but I do not base my beliefs off of. I mean, that's not my book.
Well, that's why that part. And see, and that's why that doesn't even need to be. I mean, that's. I don't know. I gotta say, after the past couple of years, I would say that doesn't even fall in debatable type stuff because that really comes down to that's a solely a personal thing that you, and it can be anything or whatever it might be for you. So it's hard to justify that to anybody else because you're not me.
Well, see, I've always looked at it. If you demoralize an enemy to the point to where you're like the enemy has no soul, then it just makes it that much easier for you to not give two shits about the well-being of that thing. So, I mean, just for me, if I had the viewpoint that animals had no soul, then I would consider them less than me, and I wouldn't feel shit whenever I killed them. You know what I mean? There wouldn't it just in my. I mean, Tony, you can go on with that shit. It's too early for that nonsense. You don't know what I believe. I haven't told you what I believed. Keep that shit to yourself, man. Just saying.
Well, and if you pray for somebody, you ain't got to necessarily tell them.
Right. At that point, it just sounds condescending as fuck. I mean, real shit.
Yeah, I could see that. That's why I try to always start off. Ooh, wee man, big old fat red wasp. Look, homie.
I had them the red wasp had 3 fucking nests in my studio over there. I haven't been able to use the studio because it's just the grow room and it's being used as storage until I get this the house switched up and organized and shit. Them sons of bitches, twice they got me in the same fucking day. And I was like, hey, live and let live. You know, I was like, chill out, bro. And they were right at the fucking door. So they had me trapped in there. But he stung me, so I went and murdered everybody. 2 days later, there were 10 more in there. Jesus Christ. They're fucking bad this year. Wasps are... This is the worst we've had wasps since we've been here.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to decipher the Ladysmith thing. Let's see. I'm going to tap this and see I can bring it up. There it is.
Have a good day. About to
something
do something.
Barn drop trailer equals semi-present.
She's doing something with a barn and a trailer, is what I'm gathering.
And it must be something cool because it's like a present.
Right.
And I had to look up because and then all of a sudden Jimo Now's like, talk to you later, Lady Smith. And I'm like, wait, did you decipher that? What did I miss? And I'm going, well, I guess maybe have a good days in there somewhere.
All right. Am I saying
she'll be listening. We'll earbud it. I believe we are all a molecule in someone's ass. The a-hole religion. Wait a minute. I thought you lived in paradise, G-Mom Merkel. You're telling me you live in the shitter of the world?
Yes,
you can't have it both. I thought you were always bragging about how awesome it is right there. You got everything. It's perfect. And now you're saying it's the shittiest thing ever.
No, I've entertained the thought. I have no firm beliefs on any of it, but I could see us. I mean, if you look at an ant has no concept of the universe around it until a fucking giant steps on it, or you know what I mean? We might be the exact same thing on it. You know? I don't know.
Well, that's most of mine, and I used to feel because I did, and it was just a choice of words, and I guess it came out as this directive kind of talk. But to be, I mean, I believe in God, I believe in a creator, and I believe in like Jesus, I believe in, you could say the Bible, but I get there's variations, and it's just there's something about that though that part of the relationship that I've experienced. But I mean, I've had certain life experiences that connected that for me. Uh, the last time I was dead. I mean, hell, that's what they even put me on Lifeline. That's why I didn't even realize that I was that bad until I met the paramedic at the gas pump. And I told this story a couple of times, but for the first time, finally, I'm doing therapy and I go by the gas station. And as I'm standing there, this guy keeps looking around the gas pump at me and back. And about the seventh time he did that, I said, "Can I help you with something?" He said, "You look real familiar." I said, "Well, I kind of live around here for a while." He said, "No." And I said, "Are you talking about that wreck right down there in front of Sonic?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Yeah, that was me." He said, "Dude, I put you on Lifeline. You were gone." And I just kind of remember laughing, going, "I don't know. When you figure it out, ain't up to you."
Right.
And because that was a real good, I don't know, for me, it was a connection. And I mean, and I'm not knocking other people's stories. And I could probably glamorize it and I could do like the Hollywood version and make this sound. But, I'm just being real. Somewhere you just kind of have those moments and it's like somebody talking to you. It's like something's whispering. You're hearing something. And for me, I was sitting there and because I didn't want to be here no more. And then it
Right.
was just kind of like, I don't know, it was like being talked to. And then I'm looking in the book, a Bible, and it was a King James, it was a Ryer's Study Bible. And there was no format, but I started reading, and it wasn't the typical scripture lines. I gotta say that I get appalled with the scripture verse chunks because there's so much more to the story. To me, I now see the scripture clips like I do the media when they do the little speech clip thing. It's like you're
Headline.
just trying to make a point, and that's why you're highlighting right there.
It's
How
all
about let's
headlines.
expand? Huh?
It's all headlines.
Well, it becomes this rhetoric that you preach, and it's okay. I get where it might have came from, but if all you do is repeat it and you're not walking it, and if you actually read, plus I find it the letters, which we call books and chapters and stuff, but letters that are being written to these places, because that's what most of the scriptures are addressing things. It's a communication that's been compiled. To me, to this day, is what makes it one of the most miraculous things is when you look at the history of the Bible at that time and the continents and the authors and the writing of letters that tell a story that weren't even talking to each other over time, but yet it tells this, and you just so impressive. But I don't know, whenever I had my experience, and so for me it's just I find solace in that. And that's what I used to tell people getting recovered. That's higher people going in rehab call it a higher power, because it's really, you just need to find something that's out of yourself that you can have faith or believe in, and it somehow will give you, because as long as you dwell in yourself, you're going to always fail, because that's just what people do. People fail.
Right.
And I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of anybody finding their morality through religion, through spirituality, whatever it is you want to do. But that's yours. You know what I mean? It's not mine. Just like I don't push mine on other people. I will say the New Testament, don't believe it at all. Old Testament, I'm with you all day long. New Testament, no. And it's crazy how many of these Christians have threatened to dox me and said they wanted to kill me and all this other shit just because I said, you know what I mean? I don't believe the New Testament. I don't think Jesus is the Son of God. I think he's a man and he's a prophet. He's a damn good man and a damn good example. But Son of God, I don't believe it. Just because you do doesn't mean I'm going to fucking hate you. You know what I mean? It don't change nothing about my day what you believe. As long as you're a good person, that's all I give a fuck about. You know what I mean?
I will say that is one thing I've always found that kind of ironic. It's like, brother, it's like if I want to say, okay, I have a belief in Christ and you don't. So to then turn that into an emotion, a negative emotion, because when you think about the concept of that, dude, that's like, wait a minute, are you really thinking this through? You're literally having a conversation about, like somebody from me would say, from the Son of God's perspective, and the response is an anger, negative response. and it just doesn't, it counteracts. It's, it's that, and I find that with other people too. It's like, if you just, how does your belief cause a negative hate thing? That's why I don't care what anybody believes. All I ever ask anybody is to respect mine. That's all. Just, I don't push it on nobody. And it's just like coming in here, yeah, I would appreciate the respect of not, doing the trash talking towards God or that type of people that believe, just because it's like, well, that's like pulling in my driveway going, hey, I don't like the way you do this. Well, that response is going to be not the same. I mean, it's not very friendly. It's
Right.
because I don't push it on nobody. I don't sit up here and say, look, this is going to save your life. You do you, man. Because at the end of the day, we're all,
Right.
in my belief, we all got to pony up in some way, whether it happens or not.
For all the, right, all the good things that I've done and the people that I've helped and all the shit that I've, the receipts that I have just from being on YouTube. I've had, I'm not going to put anybody's name out. I mean, I will eventually if this bitch keeps running her mouth, but the same people who were joking with me for months before, as soon as they found out that one little fact, everything switched, and all of a sudden I'm the most evil piece of shit in the world. Even though, all these good ideas and things that I was doing to actually help people were things that they approved of and wanted to get a part of, until I said, no, I don't believe this. Everything's just, you know what I mean? That kind of shit. Christians are why people hate Christians. The same way we hate these fucking liberals and these fucking homos for pushing this pride shit down our fucking throat. Christians ain't no fucking different. It's the same way people get on Muslims and doing all this. It's all the same thing. Everybody's a fucking hypocrite for their own fucking group. You know what I mean?
Well, they're more worried about the title. It's more the title banner. It's not, because it's like, I'm sorry, I don't have any need to tell people what I believe in. I just act and do what I do. And if somebody asks, then we go there. But yeah, it's like people that go out here and scream under the veil of a Christian belief. That just, it gets me. And that's really most any religion, unless the religion says to go be ugly to people, then it's like, well, why is that the reaction? It's like it's almost like people scream at people to convince themselves instead of the other people.
Right.
Because it's like, I mean, what does that really, but look at where we're at. This is how everybody reacts now, is to just scream at shit.
It's because nobody wants to question themselves. I mean, I get it. There's zealots in every fucking thing. There's more zealots than there are rational people. And that's what sucks about the interweb age, is that you have to deal with all the fucking zealots to get through to find the good people. You know what I mean? That's what fucking sucks about it.
Well, we're a founded country off of Judeo-Christian values, and so people have learned to play that too. So you have the little Benny Haws, the Joel Osteens, you have these people, and then you have people that have learned to justify their behavior shaped off of just these particular scriptures. Out of that realm, that's what I find, and I'm not attacking nobody, but it's like I've been actually attacked because of the whole statement of faith without works is dead, and they don't really mean you're the work. Yeah, it really means you're supposed to be walking it. All this yammer and stuff is not what it's about. You're supposed to,
you shouldn't have to tell me what God you worship. Show me what God you worship. You know what I mean? Don't tell me, show me. One of them kind of things.
Well,
and it's like people want to sit.
It's like if you read this. Go ahead.
Not picking on you, Brian, but I've had so many people just fucking sarcastically, I'll pray for you. That kind of, go pray for these OnlyFans whores who are talking about they're born again Christians. You know what I mean? Flicking the bean on the internet. Go tell them bitches you'll pray for them. You know what I mean? Go to the people who really need your fucking assistance, that are claiming your same religion, and then come back and ask me why I don't prescribe to your beliefs. When you've got nasty bitches out here doing this shit, and stupid motherfuckers, serial killers and rapists, all under the banner of Christianity. Just, that's, you know what I mean? Obviously it's a case by case basis, and everybody's belief is different. But if you claim Christian, then you should defend your religion from everybody who tries to infiltrate it, not pick on people who just don't believe like you do. Right is right, plain and simple. If somebody's doing right, shut the fuck up. If somebody's claiming they're this and they're out doing stupid shit, go talk to them sons of bitches. You know what I mean? That's where the real conversation needs to happen. Not with people who are in the middle
Well,
of
actually,
fucking moral things. You
actually,
know what
it
I mean?
should be yourself. So it should actually, you could pray for other people, and it should just be in a general. It doesn't need to even really be specific. It should just be in general. If it's genuine, you're just going to pray for good things for people, for the strength and wisdom that their day, you know, goes the way it should. And because this whole specific thing, I find it funny that we've become a shopping list of things and a blame list. Oh, well, God allowed this. No, God created this, and he said, here, walk this way. And we've decided not to ever since. And that's so, I don't know. And I kind of feel weird to talk about it that way because I don't want that to sound like,
Yeah.
because it works.
I
I
look
mean,
at
when
it
you
like
think about
charity.
it, look at
If
the
you
Islam
have to come
religion.
out,
Islam doesn't talk about people, but you got this Hamas people that are running under the banner, which I complained about faith belief people with this Westboro Baptist Church. It's like, well, when do you LGBTQ? Hey, you're queer and that's all cool. Do you boo? If you don't agree with this drag queen reading the kids shit, then maybe you need to stand up because right now you're in that same mix. Well, that's the way I feel sometimes as a Christian, because there
right?
are so many Joel Osteens and Benny Hans and people out here that when you say God, all of a sudden that Christian dogma gets thrown on you and bam, you're just right there. And it's like, believe it or not, I'm probably not welcome in most churches because I find how they're self-sanctified. Where is the title of your church in this book? And yet you take stance like you have some kind of ruling factor in this. It's like, you go into these churches, do communion, they want you to be a member. Why do I got to be a member of your church? Where is that? You're making it up. That's wrong right there. That the book you're talking about from actually says not to be making this shit up, and you're doing that very thing. But then that's why I
It's
just
easy
figure,
to
you walk it. I'm the person who I am. Some people are like, you're an asshole. It's like, that's okay. And then some people are like, damn, Brian, you're kind. How do you get the empathy? You know what? I believe in God, and I actually try to do the best I can every day. And I try. Sometimes I'm good at it, and sometimes I'm not. And like
right.
I've said
As long
actually
as
numerous times, at this point in my life, dude, I know in my younger years, if you got to be accountable, there is a long list of negative crap that's on this list. And so when I decided one day to change the way I decided to try to work on the positive list. So if it's, hey, just secretly give a waitress $10 to pay for some kids' ice cream, then I'll do that. If it's to do something extra, then fine. If it's,
that's how I look at it. It was just like charity. If you have to go tell people, "Hey, I donated this money to this,"
that's
or "I did this,"
you're doing it
then
for
you're
yourself.
defeating all fucking point of charity. The same thing with religion. You know what I mean? You shouldn't have to tell people that you're going to do that. Just do it. You know what I mean? Because it just sounds confrontation, condescending. Right? Yeah. You never tell it works. And it's something that you can't prove. You can't prove it till you're dead anyway, so why the fuck fight over it? As long as somebody's doing good things, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Well, see, that's how, now I will say that's how it gets flipped around, because see, that's where you start getting screamed at, that you're not supposed to judge. You're not supposed to judge. And see, I personally am the guy, because I'm that one that goes, no, you are, because you should judge a person's character.
Yeah.
Because you only want to associate with good character people. So that only would make sense, wouldn't it? You would only want to be around good character people. So you're
judge
supposed
not,
to judge a person's
let
character.
he be judged.
That's
I welcome
it.
the judgment. That's the whole thing. Don't throw stones at a glass house, kind of. You know what I mean? If you live in a glass, that kind of thing. That's all I'm saying is don't yell at this person for doing this if you don't want them to come back and tell you what you're doing wrong your damn self. That's all that means, and I'm for it. I tell everybody every time I get on a live, I say some stupid shit to somebody, and people say stupid shit to me. That's just fucking part of life. I'm judging everybody constantly. Real shit. Judge me back.
See, and there's a difference when you're judging to hold accountable versus like judgment, like judging somebody's like without, because to me that's why it's a character accountability.
That where you're like, you're going to go to hell, that kind of thing. Like,
Well, you
one of
can
those.
see that this dude either lies like this lie. Okay, thieves. I've always cracked up with the thieves. It's like you get this group and they're all into stealing. And it's like, but don't you ever wonder exactly when do you get on the platter? Because, you know, if that's somebody's right next to you's thought process is to take other people's shit, it's just a matter of time before your shit becomes appealing. So,
Right.
because it's the character of a person, you know, if you see a dude walks by constantly people that are in distress, whether it's being assaulted or fucking having some fucking, they've fallen or they're stuck or, and you just see people drive by, that's a character tale. That's telling you that this person is not about helpfulness. This person is not into helping people. This person doesn't acknowledge that. Well, and to me, this is what's wrong. We came up with excuses of why not to pay attention. That's why you see all these videos when you see the damn grandma getting her ass beat, you're seeing it from 12 different views because there's 12 people that don't give a shit what's happening to her. They've done self-absorbed into the attention that they're going to get out of recording this. Well, I'm sorry. Do you want to be bunkered up with a guy like that? That's all I'm saying is you got to look at the judgment of character of people because they're just, man. It's not a matter of judging what somebody clothes they wear, what music they listen to. That's stupid shit. It's just,
I judge people like that too. If you listen to ABBA or Ace of Base, I judge you. Chances are you got a creeper van. If you're, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I'll have you know, I think there's still an Ace of Base CD in one of them cases in a box somewhere. What is that one that they used to sing that was popular? Yeah, there you go.
I saw the sign. And then it was that my cousin played that shit on a fucking loop when it came out, and that all that she wants is another baby. That bullshit. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ! I ain't heard that shit in 25 years, and it's still ingrained in my fucking head.
Look at you.
You know what I mean?
The memories,
right?
Yeah, the missus like that one. And hey, man, I don't mind Nickelback. I know Bushido loves Nickelback.
they I won't say that I hate them, but I won't say that I like them.
There's a song or two, and there's a time and a place, you know. And
yeah, that what's that rock song? That thing hits. If you're going down the highway and that We All Want to Be Big Rock Star songs, I mean, you'll crank it, push the gas pedal a little bit. You know what I mean? But I feel the same way about AC/DC. I think it's extremely overrated. What did I didn't catch anything, G-Mo Merkel. What you talking about?
867-5309.
Right. Jenny, I got your number. Right. I'll say I know this has pissed a lot of people off back in the day, but AC/DC and who's Van Halen, they're those kind of bands to me. It's just noise in the background. They're overrated. Every once in a while they got a good little beat to them, but they've got one good song for every 7 that suck. You know what I mean?
Now see, this is one of these moments. If we were being judgmental, then this would be, you would have to be cast down for this because that was blasphemy.
Right. I would say I like AC/DC more than I like all the bands, but I'm just so fucking tired of hearing them. You know what I mean? I mean, AC/DC is literally the same song with just different lyrics on every fucking deal. I mean, it's a perfect party band.
No, man.
It's literally the same song on every song.
For me, that's one of the bands that I grew up watching in concert and listening to. Van Halen. It's like I personally didn't have. I mean, yeah, at the time it was like, well, damn, you're going to go with Hagar, but then Hagar had his own thing and he was cool. So I wasn't one of those that got all butthurt over the Van Hagar version. So because it, you know, but man, those were my actual Texas Jam Festival bands. So that was back in the day, man. That's the shit you see. That was your vacation. That was your moment. You were waiting for that summertime that the concerts were for kick off, and you're already making plans to go from here to Dallas, down to San Antonio.
You just had a lack of choices is all it was, because that was new when you heard it. So you've got some kind of emotional attachment to it. So, I mean, you didn't really have that many choices. So you didn't have no choice. But, oh, my God, this isn't fucking, who's that? Pat Boone. So, yay, it's good. You know what I mean? One of those type of situations.
Hey, morning, Miss Cheryl. We had choices, though. See, we just had real bands to choose from, and it wasn't the digital platform. It was real talent with instruments.
It was before music had to be pretty. The ugly motherfuckers made the best music. I mean, Aerosmith.
Well, then there was a lot of showmanship.
Yeah,
there was showmanship back in the day, dude.
Now it's all
to this
plastic.
day. That was one of my most impressive things in a concert was Motley Crue's spinning drum set when he did that. It was just like one of them moments.
Hot
and
chocolate.
see, you don't see no shit like that no more. Instead, you just get downloaded a song.
I was just talking to somebody about that the other day. Remember back in the 70s and 80s with like Jethro Tull and not AC/DC, but fucking Zeppelin and Skinner. You'd get like 3 or 4 different songs in an 8-minute song. You know what I mean? Like the beat would change up, the style would change. You know what I mean? Like you would literally get 3 to 5 different fucking songs in an 8-minute song from a band back in the day.
Yeah, they would blend. But see, that's because they're sitting in studios and they're jamming to this shit, and it's for reals. I mean, think about it, because these are the guys. It's like Eddie Van Halen. People can not like him, and I get that, and it's like whatever. But the technology that he brought, because that's where a lot of the guitar really took off with him, dude. He got into it and commenced inventing shit that changed.
I'll give them the credit on their innovation, and that they, you know what I mean, they're damn good with their instruments. It's just the noises that they put together is fucking gay. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. That was Ace Frehley, wasn't it? The DC Groove or something like that. The Detroit Groove. Who was it? Somebody did the Groove. Wasn't that Ace Frehley when they were doing their independent albums? Back in the New York Groove. I think it was. I'm going to see Sammy in August. Nice. ZZ Top, I think, is coming through the casino in July. I'm half tempted to go to that. I am a ZZ Top fan. I like blues more than I like. I'm more blues and R&B and old country than I am rock and shit. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of biased.
I'm kind of like all old stuff. See, that's why I can get into the old rock. I don't mind the Kiss, you know, all the old stuff. It's in the old country, because hell, I grew up with that. Matter of fact, that was part of my whole childhood. Was actually every year my mom would give my dad a group of his country albums. So every year he might get 5 to 10 different albums back as a Christmas present. It was a running joke that they had, because he kind of left one weekend, and when he left, she told him, going, I'm going to tell you right now, if you go, you better take what you want. And then that really was, buddy. And it took him years to get shovels, other tools, his record collection. He would box it up and go, here, take this to your dad. And I'd take it, and he'd go, oh, okay, cool. So there was never hard feelings. They talked all the time. But, yeah, it was a running joke with the matter of fact, I think the last one was Roy Acuff collection. Was the last Christmas gift, was his Roy Acuff collection.
I think I have a Roy Acuff record. I got a few records in a milk crate up top. I've got Al Green's greatest hits. I've got Hank Senior's greatest hits. What the fuck do I got? I think I got Cameo.
What's up, Actions?
I had a Pat Boone. I had 2 Pat Boones. I got I don't know, I got like 30 in there.
Oh, there you go.
But
I broke so expensive to ship. I'd send you a whole bunch.
My record player broke a couple years back, but as soon as I catch up to it and get the studio back to where it's mine again, I want to get another one. I like the crackle, you know what I mean? I like the pops and shit of a record. They still sell them at Walmart. Anything, almost any musician right now that's putting out like top 100 fucking hits, chances are you can find a record. Walmart's got a shit ton of records. Like Taylor Swift's got a fucking record.
Yeah.
They got Chicago, Bare Naked Ladies. There's a few more. I think they got an Eagles. Shit like that. Some of that shit's stupid price.
They still selling vinyl.
Yeah, they want small fortunes for those fucking things on some of them.
Oh hell. Oh, thank you, Miss Cheryl. Yeah, I'm about peaked out, so I'm fixing. Now that I know the birds are good, I'll probably, when I close this down, I'll go lay down for a little bit. Then I try to do something this evening. All this shit,
What are you
man.
cutting?
I don't know what. Huh?
You cutting it off at 6 hours?
Yeah, I got like right at 15 minutes to go. Yeah, I left some of the vinyl. Yeah, vinyl, just nothing. Which that's the radio we got in there. I got the dual cassette, CD, and record AM/FM radio combo deal. That's been like the little shop radio for decades. I think even somewhere in one of the catch-all drawers, there's a little plastic case thing that actually has extra needle heads in it. I was raised that way too. My mom and my dad were both bad about that. Dude, go buy a faucet to put in somewhere. As they bought the faucet, they looked at it, looked at what it guts took, and went over there and got replacement washers and everything else. So that there's drawers, dude. I got old screen door shit, pulleys. I got the damn bags of fucking the netting little rubber shit you put around them. There's door handle replacements. There's all kinds of catch-all drawers. Butter tubs full of shit.
Yeah, I'm not much of a concert person either. I've been to a few of them. I've been to Rockfest a couple times. I've never been to a concert inside. Every concert I've been to has always been at an amphitheater or down at Liberty Memorial in Kansas City.
Rescue stylist. Are you just getting me to say words, Anti? You want me to say stylist? Be sporting.
What you talking about, Cheryl Rich? Which Tiny Frogs? Oh, the short I did a while back? Baby toads. Baby toads are everywhere, man. They're only about the size of a pinky nail.
Well, hey, G-Mo Nana, because she's back home to buffering, phones overheating, draining batteries from lack of signal. Hey, if we lose you, you just be sure and make it a good day. And if you go to the store, pick up something extra. Shit ain't going to get cheaper. It's going to get worse before it gets better. It would be darkest before the dawn.
So what's your plans for the day? Taking a nap? Doing something with the chickens? Or just taking a nap?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna lay down for a little bit and let things realign, and then I think our latest plan is now, because I'm making them stationary. I just can't keep moving them. It's just that whole process is becoming very tedious.
Right.
And so I'm going to make them a stationary pen, and I was going to do it over there where they are, kind of in that. But then I've been sitting here thinking, and dude, that is like, there's never shade. The only shade is because it's fucking nighttime and the sun ain't up. But the minute the sun crests them trees, that ain't nothing but sun until they crest over them trees over here. And I'm thinking, damn, dude, y'all are going to cook in the summer. So I was going to put them in this front yard right here. But when the kids come over, or like my grandson's driving his little Jeep, this is the flat, good grassy area. So this is kind of, I actually wish, if I could make the extra money, I'd love to get the material and build him like one of them little play fort deals or something, can climb up, got the little slide.
Hell yeah.
But anyway, this is, so see, I'm putting a T-post already because I'm fixing to run from here all the way over to that fence over there. I'm going to move that pole with the mower. Those boxes I was building right there are fixing to come out of there. And then I'm going to fence this whole front section in, and I'm going to section it off in either 3 sections and then have a general run in the front where those shrubs are. And then I can move them from one section to another. But I want to put the coop right here in the corner by this tree, so we can get the eggs from the back. The access doors right here. Sorry, I tilted the wrong direction. So that's my project today.
I said I went squirrel on your clouds.
Yeah, it's a pretty stuff. All that cloud seeding. No, I'm just picking because I know they do it. I'm just kind of picking it. But no, so this is going to be, I'm going to try to start working on this. I'm going to try to figure out a better way to move that wood, dude. I just don't know how. That's because, man, hell, even doing that was kicking my ass because that's that bending over. And that's why I've never been back to it. Because it was like, damn, those limbs are still out there. Hell, I still got the little cart thing sitting out there. At some point, I need to go out.
I feel your pain almost because I do the same thing. I walk by some shit and be like, I just don't feel like bending over right now. I'm too fucking tired. So I will have piles of shit laying around for days just because I'm like, I do not want to bend over right now.
Right. No, Indy, I haven't seen any new subs as far as in chatting away. Just the number keeps getting bigger. I don't know if I'm fixing to hit 4,000 or what. Which, by the way, anybody that didn't catch the start of this, you're going to want to catch the start. And I shared a link and stuff. Oh, Thomas Massey, and I talked about the video and stuff off the grid, but he actually has his own little channel, and it's not just like Thomas Massey. It's, I want to say, Old Milwaukee 101 or something like that. And anyway, he's only got like 5 videos, but he actually takes you back about 6-8 years ago, I guess, when he laid it out, and he goes and gets the Tesla battery from the salvage car. I mean, he kind of does like, and what's ironic is he does videos like we do. Like if you took us on a road trip to go get something and bring us back, he does that. He's just holding his phone up here talking, well, I just drove 950 miles round trip. He went to Georgia to go get it. But I don't know. To me, there's been people that have commented on that video that are like, yeah, if I had the money. It's like, man, whatever, you're missing the point.
Right.
I mean, that's why I just encourage anybody that if you're working and you're young enough still, I would start to reduce your living cost, get rid of extras, and I would start to save, and I would start to look at living in a way that's self-perpetuating. That's what I love about the message. When you
make your footprint smaller.
Yeah. What's up, SFP? So, but anyway, yeah, the subs. Where's my phone? What am I up to now?
I'm getting new people in the chat, but my numbers aren't really moving.
Let's see.
But I ain't really been doing shit either, so.
Dude, all I did was do that Massey video, and 3,469 subscribers. And that's 2,900 that don't even know me. All they know is a video, and I didn't even produce the video. And I try to be totally honest about that because I'm not monetized. I didn't turn nothing on.
Right.
It's like people see that video, they like the video, and then they sub to the channel. And I really feel kind of bad for them because I'm sure it's kind of a disappointment because I don't engineer anything. I don't really bring nothing. There's no fancy foo-ha here.
Right.
I think there was another comment just went off on that video. We need more men willing to not take foreign money. Seen people heard different things during it because, yeah, I will say he does talk about how Israel wanted him to do homework. And he told him, going, what? I ain't doing no homework for you. But I've got constituents I answer to. I don't answer to you. So I thought that was pretty cool. What's up, Cherokee?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the vertical either. It makes the smoke breaks easier though, because I can just bust out the phone.
You know, I I get it because I guess because I do it on multiple devices. I personally on the desktop, yeah. If you ask me, I would tell you I despise that vertical shit because it's like, dude, I got a monitor this big and I'm looking at a picture this wide, and it's like, really,
Right.
man. And then
Right.
chat's way over here because the window's still that big. So chat's over here and here's, and I'm like, oh man. But I'll say I give it the other side because on this tablet right here, if I flip that tablet where it goes vertical, a vertical live looks awesome, man. It fits right on the screen. It's the way it's supposed to. And which I don't watch them on phones, but if matter of fact, now I will say on the phone, I hate vertical because I always turn my phone and put my stand up on the side. So I always turn it that way instead of that way. But I don't watch much on the phone. I mainly just do that. I'll turn y'all's channel on or some video and I lay there on my desk so it'll play to give the view hours or whatever it is people are needing. Yeah, okay, SFP. Well, you know what? I can give you that, brother. We're coming up on noon Central Time. So, if you've already drunk, it's cool.
Right. He's been taking kiss off spills apparently.
Well, he's pretty lit. He figures all my subs are my awesome personality. And it's like, yeah, okay. That's some potent shine right there, baby. It
I don't
needs a
know.
warning label.
Joe Biden got 81 million votes, so apparently that
Yeah,
numbers
but
don't mean anything, huh?
dude, I don't even fit into that category because hell, he at least put the effort in to steal them.
Right.
I didn't do anything. I just posted a video. But dude, no. You motherfucker, I'm telling you.
Are you
I
saying that you're going to go
apologize.
live? Is that what you're saying, Lady Smith? You're going to go live later on?
Maybe this evening when the white cunks come out. What's a cunk? Kunks.
Might give it a shot. Right on. Hell yeah. I'm not sure what's on the agenda for today. I'm gonna have to smoke another one and then just see which pile of junk is hollering at me to come touch it.
Look a turnout when everybody was afraid to go. Then was gonna see Yo-Yo Mama, but he joined the WEEF committee. What? The WEEF
Where have I heard that?
Yo-Yo Mama? Who's a Yo-Yo Mama? Is that like some musician or a streamer or what?
I've heard of it
I
before,
mean, if
but I
mine was
can't
still
remember.
alive, I guess I could ask if you're talking about mine. Mine's dead, so I know you're not talking about mine. So who's the Yo-Yo Mama? Oh, damn, SFP's waiting on the new dishwasher delivery. So when does she get there?
Right? You got a
Did
new
your wife
wife?
know?
He's letting the newcomers move in.
Pilot Mountain meetup, just renting my spot for the gathering. Don't wait too long to rent your spot. They go quick from Ghost. So, okay, hold on. Let me see if I hit this stupid screen.
So Joe Morgan just texted me and said that he will be offline for at least a week because the people are taking his phone. So
Oh, shit.
Everybody wish Joe luck. You know what I mean?
He's being confiscated, huh?
Yeah. He's in a detox place.
Oh.
So hopefully it does him some good. I've been trying to tell him, like, yeah, it might suck, but obviously find fucking good in it. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess I'm going past 6 hours because I just missed that mark. So it is what it is. I just looked up and saw that.
Well, damn it,
I didn't play much shit, so hell. I only played. They've never hit me on the Papa Chubby before, so that should be okay. And the only other thing I did was Breathe Underwater and Your Daddy's a Badass.
For what, songs?
Yeah, that's the reason why I do the 6 hours, because in YouTube Studio, you can go in there, and so if they say, "Oh, look, this is blocked in all countries," then you can have them mute the song because they'll work within 6 hours. After 6 hours, YouTube won't do shit. You could still download it, mute that, and then re-upload it, but it won't go into your live category. It'll just go under videos for one, and it takes forever to do that shit. And I still ain't figured out how to do that, where somehow I download a video that has a song in it that they don't want to hear because, ooh, it's banned. Okay, well, so I download it. It's 2.5 gigs. I mute the song, and somehow when I upload it, it's like 8.5 gigs. And it's like, yeah, see, I don't know what just happened in all the compression ratio there, but apparently we just in high fidelity on steroids or some shit. I don't know, but
Right, the software to block it is more powerful than the deal itself, kind of thing.
yeah. But see now, about
do you get a lot of songs that are blocked in all countries though? Because the I haven't had a blocked in all countries ever, but I'll get blocked in Russia, North Korea, Iran, and I forgot where the other one was. It's only 4. It's only 4 countries that I've ever been blocked from when playing music and shit.
Well, mainly not so much all countries anymore. Mainly it's just Russia. Russia pretty much, and it just, but there's a few songs that I find it ironic, and it's like they're banned everywhere. When you go down and do that little list, you've seen it where it says Russia, Belarus, and something. So it's there. Dude, let me tell you, when it says all countries and you do that, no, it's got literally the list. And you just scroll, and sure enough, United States will be in there, and it's everywhere else. It's like, holy shit, you really mean you do block access to this for everywhere? But yet, everywhere, every one of them countries, you can go watch it. It's not like you can't see this, like I'm showing you forbidden music. It's just like, but they're not watching it. So, nah. What? I still feel if I ever had a meeting with actual real live YouTube developers and it's like a legitimate, you want to know one thing? How about this? Don't worry about the music. I have a channel. You know who's in my chat. You know who's actually even lurking in my channel. You know the minute somebody clicked on my channel to listen. So why don't you just divvy that shit up like every one of these people are listening to that song on their own?
Right.
They're here.
Yeah, well, they're too busy listening for political talk right now to focus on common sense fucking shit.
Oh, dude, that's what totally jacked it to me. I still blame the whole music fuck up on Antifa and BLM because the rioting. When they started the rioting and people started reporting that, and there'd be music playing because, they were playing that music during the riots. So then all of a sudden, YouTube was trying to take channels down that were showing you the videos. And then it's like the developers, the algorithm writers said, well, hold on, man, we can't keep up at this pace. Wait, we can do this. How about just detect any music in the background and shut it down for copyright? Bam! And it's like, you bastards. And that might even be misapplied blame. I'll be upfront about it because I really didn't even know YouTube did this kind of shit, the streaming and the talking and all that, until Indy took me. Actually, I didn't know this until really Raw and Dangerous Freedom, because the only other thing I had seen YouTube doing was that Stuck in the Middle something show. But theirs was 2 guys like me and you talking and people calling in and saying something and then us talking about it.
Right.
And so I saw that. Well, that just kind of looked like maybe a show format. It wasn't until she was like, I'm telling you, there's a channel, Rescue. I think there's a channel. I bet you'd like it. And so I went over there, Dangerous Freedom. And then all of a sudden there's like, holy shit, man, there's 10 people up there talking. And look at all this chat scrolling by. And then Ron's like, well, come up here. I ain't got no camera and all. You got a phone. Come up. Next thing I know, I'm up on Ron's. And I'm like, oh, wow. Who would have thunk that shit? Matter of fact, I think I even remember making a joke about that because I bought a camera. And I said, I've been involved with this whole computer shit from damn near the very beginning. I always tested the camera thing. There's still electrical tape over the damn 4 laptops in there from over the history that have electrical tape over the cameras. And then I just went and bought a camera. Okay, and the missus was even laughing about that. And it's like, yeah, go figure. We do weird cycles. But yeah. But man, the music, I just don't understand because it's so easy. You know, I get it. Everybody wants their little cut, and that's fine. But you're monitoring all the data, so you really know who hears what I play. So if I play this song and you detect that, you already know from your data who is actually active in my channel during that 4.25 seconds of that song playing. So you could easily act and just go ahead and direct the algorithm like those people. Just listen to that song. Give those little artists their little cut. You know, you can show your advertisers, see, look at this. You got this many hits.
Right. I mean, you can drive down the street with your radio loud, and more people are going to hear that free music than somebody that's just sitting in a fucking stream. You know what I mean? Like I don't see it as any different.
I did win a battle with YouTube. I remember that way back in the beginning of the building of the chicken coop. And I hadn't even had the box part. I think that's when I was doing the framework and stuff to get it started. And I had a stream going so everybody could watch me build it, but I had Pandora playing over off of a speaker in the background. Well, then they blocked that whole damn video, and I went off on them, and they're like, well, there was copyrighted music. I said, I was playing a radio station in the background. I don't control what they play, and I didn't know that they could even really hear that.
Right.
And then they went ahead and reopened up that video. Because I don't know. Which that's why I try to do that. Because so far I will say that, because I've wondered days when I've been out here tinkering on shit and I play Pandora and waiting for that right song for them to cut the stream off. Right. And so I always laugh and tell everybody, it's like, okay, for any of y'all that have my number, be sure and call me if it goes down, so I'll be able to come back and cut the song off. Never have had it happen. It's weird. But I can go in there and play you songs and get this son of a bitch shut down in the blink of an eye. I can go in there and play you Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, and we won't even get into the song. It'll still be doing the sound effects. I'm still floored on how they know that's their sound effects. How do you know I didn't recreate that?
Right. It's all got code or
something.
No.
Yeah. Matter of fact, if Monty was here or Carl, they could tell you, because I played around with YouTube, went head to head to them one night a few times with that song, dude. I'd be like, okay, y'all ready? Here it comes. And I'd start that song, and sure enough, boom. And it'd be like, oh man, let's see if we can get a little farther this time. You just got to stop the song and then give it a minute. And see, there's the algorithm scan. You got to wait for that next scan to go, okay, it's not playing. And then it lets the stream come back up.
I haven't had that happen in a while.
Metal, what's up, buddy? Remember the first time you called in? Yeah. We had some pretty good conversations at first, but see, and then it went to the whole belief thing, and it went south, and that's when I realized people want to debate your belief. And like I told them, going, how do I debate that? That's almost like debating your father. How can I tell you how your dad is or was? I can't, and I can't debate you on if you're right or wrong. You're the one that lived it. You're the one that feels and thinks and believes the way you do. It's not a debatable topic.
Right, that's what it's all feelings. That's all. That's nothing. You can't argue over feelings. Shit.
That's it. It's your experience. You do you, boo.
Hey, I'm getting antsy. I got to go do some stuff.
Later, man. Day. Hey, appreciate you coming up. Good to catch up.
Yep. I'll let you.
Later. That's good. If I bought the music already, as long as I'm not charging anyone, why should they care? Oh, exactly. SFP. I used to laugh about that, because I'd like some of these songs that they get all pissy over. I literally have the vinyl, the 8-track, the cassette, and the CD, and the digital format. And yet, oh, no. CCR, CCR. I can show you vinyl. I can show you 8 tracks. I can show you cassette tapes, CDs. And yet, oh no, don't you dare. Shame on you. I've never won a complaint with YouTube. That's the only one. The other one I just had to wait off, the big warning one that this is not a strike, but it could be. And I forgot how long they said it needed to take before it, and it finally wore off. I don't see the little thing up there no more. Really miss Ron. Look at the community. Yeah, he brought several people, you know, together. It's pretty cool. I told you they nailed my dog video because Fox was playing in the background. Oh, hell. Yep. Oh, that's conservative channel. Ooh. No, it's all the same shareholders. That damn network is just, it just runs a different name so they can dip into a different pool of people. Man charged after double homicide in Lincoln County. 2 dead, 1 hospital. A heat wave nut come out. Man used the hammer. Damn it, son. That's why you ought to carry right there. Good little piece of lead would have stopped that shit. You ain't getting within range of a hammer. How's that shit? Kiss off. Was that the dogs in diapers playing? That was so funny. Oh, and G-Ma Merkel got a, what is that, the song? Nasty Good Anthony Jones. Strikes take 3 months to go away. A warning stays there forever. This one here was some kind of big warning thing, and I can't remember if it was like 6 months or, but it was this big old warning thing. And buddy, don't you do it? And as a matter of fact, it was the medical thing, medical information warning. But I will say, sometimes I wonder if it's because I live in Texas. Because old Paxton does have lawsuits against Google and YouTube. Some pertain all the way up into Google, and some are just their division of YouTube per se. By the way, there's a new lawsuit with Pfizer and one of the other ones. So shit's starting to come to light. We just got to try to pull through in November. Make sure we got some kind of administration that'll back up that, or you just keep pushing your state to stand up. Maybe we even get some people to move on down to Texas before it gets too bad. Kansas is suing Pfizer. Yeah, I think there was like 8 states or something that got together and was like, yep, going at them. Because, you know, the Army's even come out and acknowledged the myocarditis stuff. So it's even acknowledged by the Army now. So when it comes to some people, we just have to wait for the right administration to change so that then they can be held accountable by them. But all these under people, your state needs to go at them. Because these companies ain't got no immunity shit. Get your attorney general to go kick that ass. Put that back in. Don't need this. It's my little toy. Carry it in the back of my chair. Well, thank you, Reese. Just knocked the piss out of it. Well, I was trying to keep the flags in, but tired of trying to look up. Squad rescue. First of the squad members got blown out. Bowman got destroyed. Oh, okay, cool. Man, I saw that rally shit that Bowman and AOC put up, and I was like, how disgusting. Dude, how disgusting. And that's what it's going to take, man. Come on, get on. Big ass, all this yard and these damn bows got to come all up around here buzzing. And it's like, no, I don't need it. By the way, didn't they just, what is it, Ilhan Omar? They just took out a committee. So she's out of committees or something like that. I don't know if that's some kind of like representative sanction thing or something, but And it's easy to knock things and that's like, oh well, so what? But it's, man, you know what? You know what that saying goes? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You know, how do you move a boulder? One chip at a time. So, how do we do this? One vote at a time, one accountability at a time. It would be nice to think that maybe at one point in my lifetime we would actually get to where we'll hold people like the Clintons and the Bushes, you know, the Dick Cheneys, Liz Cheney's, the warmonger, actual people that you can go back and look at the directive of intentionally causing conflict. It'd be nice, but I just never in my lifetime, hey, educate the grandkids good enough, they can have some ammunition. We just got to try to hold the line for them. I know new Americans legal get free shit in Charlotte, North Carolina. They get to move to my city, rescue 10,000 new Americans. No, not 10,000 new Americans. That's only going to find foundation if you don't perpetuate that. You got what, 10,000 illegals that they have moved into your city? See, that's different than acknowledging them as 10,000 new Americans. Just because you kick in my door and sit on my couch don't make you a resident. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Oh, yeah. Poor old Reed. Hopefully, I'm air conditioning. The warning I have in my studio still is from 2021. Oh, hell. Hey, what's up, Eric? I'm back. SFP, the uniparty, two cheeks of the same ass. Yeah, and I get where everybody goes with that saying. I guess my only pushback, if you call it pushback, is I just don't want to give them the damn Republican Party. We're a republic. This country is a republic. I'm from the Republic state of Texas. And so I guess I just hate to hand that over just because some crooked people got in there, and I say we run them out and take it back. But see, that's why we's all different. We all special. I just don't want to give them that. I just refuse to concede. Be like with my house. Just because some crooks moved into my house or put a camper over there, I'm not for that. I think we're going to clean the yard up. This ain't a democracy. This is a republic. It's a constitutional republic. I live in the great republic state of Texas. Oh, hell. Kiss Off's going to go out there and get her an ice cream. Don't trip and fall down the stairs. Yeah, I think it's time to go rest. I've kind of been sitting up. Hey, there she is. What's up, Sophie B? Who loves you, baby? I still can't help but I just remember that was so funny that day. Wish we could have been at this meetup and seen y'all. Make it a good day today. That's exactly SFP. We need to vote them out. We need to. That's what I kind of wish I could perpetuate from the Massey video would be. We just need to look in our areas and find people like him and get them in our area, our districts, and slowly get things replaced. You just start right outside where you are, you know. Everybody dance now. Dun, Down, 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 down. Working on all the things. Actually, I'm fixing to be getting off, Sophie B. I'm going to go and actually, I need to eat a little something just so I have something in there just because I need to kind of always remind myself to eat something. And then I'm going to lay down for a little bit, but get at it this afternoon. So, yeah, I'm fixing to shut it down. I missed my 6-hour mark, but I don't think I did anything too bad. And if I did, it just is what it is. I'm just, man. Hey, y'all just remember, look, things are going to look bad. That's just what's going to happen. It's kind of like a storm. As it comes in, you're experiencing shit and you're going, oh, man. And then it starts to kind of seem like, oh, wait, it's a lull moment, but there's a trash side to the storm coming, you know? So it's going to get a little bit, it's going to get worse before it gets any better. Just, you just can't, you got to watch that undercurrent and you don't want to get towed into that. You know, you stay above it. You got it, Miss Dusty. Roger that, Cherokee. Right, Roger that, G Mo Nana. Okay, Miss Sophie. But you know, just don't lose sight of things. And you have more power than you probably realize. You have power not just in your voice. You're capable of doing things. Just because your first thought of something doesn't make it the only way. Just because you don't think you can do something, you just need to slow your roll. Slow your roll, homie. And just rethink it. Come up with a way. You know, the good old saying was around long before all this shit, and that was, where there's a will, there's a way. And that's because you got to find that drive. There's nobody going to give it to you. There ain't no pill form going to give it to you. There ain't no bottle or none of that kind of shit. You got to find that. And man, things seem like they suck, but they're only going to get worse if people don't do anything. You know, what is that? Evil wins when good men do nothing. I mean, if we don't like what we're seeing, then let's attempt to change it. And I get the whole let exchange thing. That's cool. I mean, yeah. And if it comes to it, you do what you got to do. But you ain't got to wait until we get to there. That means you put off. Go ahead and get in the fight. You got to look at your local representatives. You know, what's your DA? Is somebody coming up on the ticket while you're paying attention to the Trump-Biden thing? Is there somebody in your area that's on the ticket? Do you need to look into them? How have they been voting? Are they part of the problem? These are legitimate questions. But then this gets you to be an active American citizen. So you got to participate, man. We the people means we're the managing. That's where that whole willfully governed, where we're willing to let them govern us, but as long as they stay in those parameters. Well, if they're getting out of the parameters, now we, the people, stand up and say something, and you don't just have to wait for it to hit total chaos. So anyway, that's enough preaching. I need to go eat something, I think, and then I really need to lay down and let this settle. Hey, I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate you listening in. It's good to talk, and I appreciate that. And I think with that note, let's see, we're going to put her up about right there. And you know what? Here comes. I appreciate you. Y'all take care. Remember, you can do anything you put your mind to. That is a given. Make it a good day. You run into somebody, see if you can help them smile. Because remember, garbage in, garbage out. Right on. Peace, everybody. Take care. I appreciate you.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go,
I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Make it a good day. The choice is yours.
Don't let life turn bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke. But a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, if you get out and about, pick up something extra. Things aren't going to get cheaper. And remember, you're driving for the day. You get to decide if it's a good one or a bad one. Make it a good day. The choice is always yours. Always has been.
Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Make it a good day, everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate y'all hanging around. Hopefully it gives you a little something good to think about. Peace.